chambers and
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
thank you so much. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you, sir.
my little nameplate, and I still had what I had last time.
I just wanted to let council know we will get started in another 2 minutes. I just wanted to let council know we'll be getting started in another 2 minutes, just finishing up technical difficulties on our end, and Mayor will be with us shortly.
Okay. I'm unmuted. There you are. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
All right. Thanks so much. All right. Good morning, everyone. Madam Clerk, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I can, and we can start your meeting whenever you would like.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Recording in progress.
Okay. This morning, we're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would love it if Carl Hall, nice to see you this morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
How about if you lead us in the pledge, my friend?
I can do that.
Thanks.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good job. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Roll call for the Reno City Council for Wednesday, January 13th. Breckus,
Here.
Dewar,
Here.
Delgado,
Here.
Weber,
Here.
thank
Sorry.
you. That's all right. Thank you. Jordan,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. The next item on your agenda today is general public comment. It should be noted for the record, items received under this category are for general comment not pertaining to any particular item as agendized today before the Reno City Council. We received public comment under the general category of various items which have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Comments were received from Garrett Brothers, Scott Youngs, Carol Britton, Morgan White, Lee Goddard, Jim Whitaker, Aldo San Pedro, Brooke Bernard, Casey Christensen, Jason Hesselbart, Beth Brookfield, Cameron Harris, Gary Pomeranz, Lori Marin, Mark Hugret, Carrie Blomquist, and Sharon Spengler, as well as Jay Jenkins. Additionally, we do have general public comment received in a voicemail from Tammy Holt Still, in which we will play now.
Mr. John Flansburgh. Ashley, this is Tammy, B6 through 8. Hello again, Council. Tammy Holt Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery.
All right, we've got this settled, and Tammy
Ashley,
Holt Still.
this is Tammy Holt Still, A3. Good morning. Tammy Holt Still, Happy New Year, Council and staff. Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. You received an email from me dated January 7, 2021 with an attachment of Prado timeline. I received courtesy emails back from a few of you. So then my next question is, did you even read it? It states for the record the timeline of Prado Project PUD LDC 19-00026 and 17-0019. Your senior staff has violated Reno Municipal Code 18.06.205 as stated by Arla Stockham for many facts and reasons. Mr. Stockham, Angela Foos, Claudia Hansen, Saber Newby, Bill Thomas, currently City Manager Doug Thornley, and Carl Hall have perpetrated this development as false facts and arbitrary rules. One, nowhere in the above mentioned RMC is there any definition for reactivation, nor standard to allow such a thing. Two, as proven by the timeline submitted, this information from your website, there are many lapses of 90 days with no action. Three, I had requested any and all proof of meetings during the 2-year lapse with no response or information showing the actual movement forward or any action taken. 4, as stated by Mr. Stockham, this project has requested 2 different postponements for the project. A portion of this PUD was denied by you, the council, and planning commission in 2018, but yet the PUD has not changed. So wouldn't you be reviewing it again because it's part of the PUD? There is a reason for city, county, and the state to have rules, regulations, codes, policies, and procedures so each and every person and project is treated equally. It is also to ensure projects and developments are prepared so not to waste the staff's time, and which ends up costing money in the long run. I believe your agenda is in violation of the Reno Municipal Code by having agenda item C2 on your agenda for your review and consideration. The city of Reno is not transparent because it does not follow their own rules, regulation, and municipal code. By the way, COVID is not an excuse for the way the city is handling items such as this and the way that I'm having to do not being able to submit by video. Thank you. Ashley, this is Tammy Holt-Still.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that is the end of general public comment. As was noted, this has all been submitted to council and is part of the record. With that, we will be transitioning to approval of the agenda, and I will send it over to the manager with any changes that he may have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Mayor, I'm proud to say that staff's worked diligently to bring you an agenda today from which nothing needs to be pulled.
Move to approve.
All right, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you. At this time, Madam Clerk, item A4.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to items of approval of minutes. There are no changes to
Alright.
note.
Can we do A51, A52?
Yes, you may. You can take all
okay.
with one motion.
All right, thank you. May I get a motion?
Move to approve minutes.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, a second from Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to the consent agenda. At this time, I'd like to note for the record, public comment was received. We do have one voicemail from Tammy Holt-Still on various public comment items in which we will play now, and then we will transition back to council to be able to pull items for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Ashley, this is Tammy, B6 through 8. Hello again, Council. Tammy Holt-Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee, for the record. Since December 2018, Mr. John Flansburgh finally admitted to the Reno Stead Sewer Facility needed expanding because the allocated engrossers were greater than the plant. City of Reno has stopped approving development. So now you approved 2 MGD capital improvements to be able to process 4 million gallons a day, but can you trust that all of the development approved by this council will be served? Has Mr. Flansburgh in the past been forthright? City of Reno needed 2 more MGD to do what was approved at the time in 2017 and 18. Since then, many other projects have been approved. Now let's get to the nitty-gritty. Approved to process is one thing, but what do you do with 2 more million gallons of process a day that you have not approved for development approved? Where is it going to go? What are you going to do with it? NDEP reduced the amount by 500,000 gallons a day going to Swan Lake. You're only allowed 2 MGD. You are now only allowed 2 MGD. Okay, stormwater runs through the sewer plant to feed Swan Lake. The only reason portions of Swan Lake is dry at the current time is because during the summer you pump to American Flat. But however, a homeowner now has algae in his well, which is been based upon the information given to us on Facebook. I would believe it based upon the algae that's in Swan Lake. Again, what are you going to do with the additional 2 MGD? As you can see by the photo that was on my video and that I'm submitting to Ashley, that there's no room for you to store an additional 2 MGD on your property. So what are you going to do? Where is it going to go? I believe you think you can go into Swan Lake because of the fact that you've gotten away with it before. It's okay to discharge to Swan Lake, even though you lost a lawsuit regarding that. Thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment on the consent agenda, and I'll return it.
All right, thank you. Now heading into the consent agenda, can I ask council members if they'd like to pull any items? I'm going to start with you, Councilman Reese.
No items,
No,
Madam Mayor.
okay. Councilwoman Jordan.
Nothing, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Weber.
Nothing, thank you.
Councilman Delgado.
B4, just have a disclosure.
All right. Councilwoman Dewar.
I believe it's B7. I think it's actually a good news story.
All right. Councilwoman Breckus.
Mr. Delgado pulled B4 for me, so.
Okay, thank you. That being said, can I get a motion to accept all consent agenda items besides the ones that were pulled?
Move to approve.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Your
Down
Honor,
to
The mayor,
B4. Go right ahead.
yeah,
it looks like
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Shipman needs you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I believe Mr. Delgado, if we could redo that vote, have Mr. Delgado give his disclosure.
Wait,
We pulled the item.
Okay, sorry, my
So
bad.
we
my
should
bad.
be-
Apologies.
Thanks for
Okay.
stepping in.
All right, Councilman Delgado, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks for double checking, Shipman. I appreciate that. So before disclosure, Madam Mayor, I need to disclose the fact that I live within the Bella Vista Corona Cyan subdivision. On this matter, I sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office pursuant to NRS 281A.420. The law presumes that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in the public office situation would not be materially affected by the public officer's significant pecuniary interest for the resulting benefit or detriment occurring to the public officer is not greater than that occurring to any other member of any general business, profession, occupation group that is affected by the matter. Here, while I have a significant pecuniary interest in my home, the resulting benefit or detriment occurring to me and my family from the assignment of the public facility site agreement for a fire station will not be greater than that occurring to any other member of the general public that owns property within Bella Vista Corona subdivision. The fact that I own property in the Bella Vista Corona Cyan subdivision will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this particular agenda item. In light of the foregoing, the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation will not be materially affected by my pecuniary interest, and because it's not a clear case of disqualifying conflict of interest, I will be voting on this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it onto the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Well,
Move to approve.
That's a long one. All right, I have a motion and a second.
wait, excuse me.
Jenny wanted to speak on this item as well.
Okay, go ahead. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions about this. It's very confusing to me. It seems like a simple assignability of an agreement, but a lot has transpired since the agreement was first executed, and I don't understand what we're approving. It was a 2-paragraph staff report, and then in response to my questions on Monday about that, no additional information came forward except for a very complicated agreement. So I'm wondering if we could get a staff report on this?
Mr. Shipman?
Sure. Who do we have?
Mr.
Mr. Shipman, go ahead.
Yes, if Madam Clerk, if you could bring over Jasmine Mehta, who's in the
Yes, we will bring over Jasmine at this time. Additionally, we do have Arlo Stockham for backup questions after the attorneys if council has anything left. Jasmine, we've brought you over as a panelist and you should be able to unmute on your end. Welcome.
Good morning. So
Jasmine Mehta for the record. The agreement before you today is really just an assignment of the existing public facility agreement that was amended and restated back in 2012 with Corona Cyan and the city. Sunny Hills Ranchos has now purchased the Bella Vista property and is currently the developer. The agreement allowed for, the 2012 agreement allowed for such an assignment. And so this really is just reflecting that Corona Cyan is now assigning its rights and obligations under the agreement to Sunny Hills Ranchos.
Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So is this going to be then the second amendment to this agreement?
It's not a second amendment because it's not amending the agreement. It's just an assignment and assumption of the agreement.
Okay, okay. I have a few questions because when I remember what's transpired with this issue, and it is somehow contemplated in the agreement, but it isn't captured. The agreement is not capturing what's happened since the First Amendment. So what has happened since the First Amendment as related to this property or this agreement? What's transpired?
I'm not sure I understand the question. The Bella Vista PUD, I'm sorry, has been approved, and they're, I believe phase 1 and phase 2 of the PUDs have also been approved, and they're proceeding in development. So is there something specific about the development that you're wondering about?
Yeah, there's a lot of language in the agreement about a site, a public facility site. What is the status of that public facility site?
Okay, so Jasmine Mehta for the record. The public facility site, the agreement contemplated that Corona Cyan would dedicate a site for the construction of the fire station. But it also allowed for the parties to agree to sell that site if it was no longer necessary. That has happened. The parties did sell that site, and the fire station on Veterans Parkway, I believe it's on Veterans Parkway, it's fire station 11 or 12, was constructed instead. And I believe the parties split the fees or split the sale proceeds of that site.
Well, yes, and I see that contemplation of the site, and then if it's sold, the proceeds to be split. And I'm just wondering if it's sloppy from an agreement perspective to re-up, if you will, reassign an agreement that contemplates something that's already happened.
Well, there's still the requirement for building permit fees to be paid for the site, for the construction of the public facility site. So there's still a requirement under the agreement that is ongoing.
But why didn't your office say, hey, let's do some cleanup here because this, causality or this circumstance that is contemplated in the original agreement happened, it's no longer an issue. You have some irrelevant language in here. You didn't think about cleaning that up at all?
Well, we could have. I mean, that would have been one option, but just for simplicity's sake, it seemed that a simple assignment and assumption, which places the assignee in the same place as the assignor, would suffice in this situation.
They're not in the same place. Something has happened. So that obligation no longer exists to these assignees. I'm just trying to, from a, because we're trying to build a city and neighborhoods and with infrastructure and all that comes with it. And I just want to have these deals be as clean a record as can be. So let's move past that issue. We know that property was sold, the proceeds were split. Now what is going on in this agreement? Is there contributions for some fire station that could be built somewhere, sometime, embedded in the agreement?
The contributions remain ongoing. They have, the agreement contemplates that up until 1.5 million is collected, that the contributions will remain ongoing. And I believe there's contemplation about further expansion of the public facility site in order to accommodate the continuing growth.
But the site's a no issue because we decided to sell it, right? How does that concept sync up with that?
The station 11 or 12 that's over in Damani Ranch.
Is there land adjacent to acquire to that?
I'm not sure. I don't know if there's a land issue or if they already have the existing land necessary for that.
Let me ask about this threshold. Okay. I did, Madam Mayor, I could
give you 3 more minutes and then we'll move on. And then I would just ask you to meet with Jasmine so you can do a deep dive. So
we can certainly continue this item. As I mentioned, when I got my packet on Friday, there were 2 paragraphs. On Monday, I asked a number of questions in my briefing with Mr. Thornley. Some, I didn't get any response on, and I feel not prepared to vote on this at this time with the information that I have. But if you're only going to give me 3 minutes to continue, I'll continue to ask my questions. And if there isn't a willingness to continue this item to our next meeting, then I guess, but I think, so it goes up to $1.5 million. Wasn't there a lump sum payment made in addition to the whole property sale?
There was, initially when the agreement was with Centex, there was a lump sum that was held by Centex that was paid to the city as part of the amended and restated agreement.
Is that a part of the $1.5 million, or is the $1.5 million generated from the building permits separate and distinct from that?
That was part of the $1.5 million.
Okay, so we only have 500,000 to generate. What's the current balance?
I'm not sure what the balance is precisely, but at the end of August, there was roughly about 200,000 remaining to be collected.
How many units does that relate to? How many residential units does that relate to?
I'm sorry, I'd have to go back and get that information. I don't have that at the.
Might be able to help with that one. Arlo Stockham, Acting Assistant City Manager. The meat of it is fees continuing to be collected. It's $300 per single family unit, $200 per multifamily unit, and 35 cents per square foot for non-residential. So that'll be the collection rate until it reaches that 1.5 million.
Well, could I follow up? So in theory, the agreement pertains to some geographic area. What percentage of that area has already come forward for permits, and what remains to be permitted?
I don't have that detail in front of me. It's partial.
And what happens, is there like a clock that stops if we don't build this other station in a certain time, we have to move back that $1.5 million to other people?
Well, I'll look to Jasmine. I didn't see anything to that effect. It's a collection, as I understand.
No, the agreement doesn't contemplate that it would be refunded.
So the $1.5 million is just gonna sit in a fund somewhere until we decide if we're gonna do a fire station?
I believe the fire station that is already built is the fire station that would be, this money would be used for the expansion of that, to expand an additional bay.
Okay, well, I've reviewed the CIP and I don't see any plans for that. I guess I have a lot of outstanding questions. I don't see that there's any controlling statute for this. I'd like to continue this to next meeting.
I appreciate it. And it's not that I don't want your questions answered. It's that we have a heavy agenda. So I want to be cognizant of the time. And we've already gone over, and I do want to make sure that you get all those questions answered. So Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I will support Councilmember Breckus's request for continuance, but perhaps not for the same reasons. I think fundamentally, COVID has created a circumstance by which we are not able to interact with one another. And so where I might have been able to interact with my colleague from Ward 1 to learn more about this, I've essentially been prevented from doing that. It sounds like there are lots of good questions being asked, and ultimately, of course, we're redoing our briefing schedule to allow us to have more time before the meetings to start working through issues. At the end of the day, Councilmember Breckus is entitled to ask all these questions. And for me, what I saw on the agenda was a very simple assignment and an assumption. And so I don't have the background and knowledge about the history of this project to ask those questions. So we're all working hard and together to do the right thing. And we just need to all be communicating, I think, a bit more about it in such a way that we won't have to have these questions, because I can't evaluate the depth of those questions on the fly, because what I saw in front of me was an assumption and assignment, which is a very routine thing to have happen where land is transferred or assigned or rights and duties are assigned in that way. So again, I'll support the continuance based on the need for us to do a bit more work on it. At the end of the day, if it comes back to us and it is still just basically an assignment and assumption, that is the type of thing for which I would have been accepting a consent agenda item and not expecting it to have been as time consuming as it has been.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar, sorry, Councilman Reese. Councilwoman Dewar, is this your word, I think?
Word. It's my word, Madam Mayor.
It's Mr. Delgado's word. It's right at our boundary.
Okay, Councilman Delgado, I'm sure you have taken a deep dive into this, and I'm happy to entertain a motion since it is your word.
Yeah, I've been able to talk to staff. I learned why Jasmine has brought it to our attention. I feel comfortable moving forward. And more than happy that I'll provide. I'm looking at staff to provide a summary as to how we moved from the public facilities to the residential pieces and how those dollars are going to be used and notified. But I mean, to my two other council members, respectfully, I feel fine us moving forward. But if looking around, if people want to continue, I don't know what the timeline is for cleaning up some of the language to move forward with other potential projects in that area. There's nothing burning on my end. So really looking at both my colleagues, if you want to continue it to the next agenda, that's fine, or we can move it forward. I feel comfortable moving forward as of today, though.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilman Delgado. I'd like to, any second on that?
I'm not going to second because I do want it continued to the 27th.
Okay.
Mayor, I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Madam Mayor, I just had a question on the motion. To Mr. Delgado was bringing up a point, and it was exactly what I was going to ask him my question, which is, what is the time frame here? What is there a need? I think I thought Mr. Reese made a good point that it's been difficult to talk, get questions answered. I just want to be thorough, and I just want to see, is there a time frame by which this needs to be done, Ms. Maida? Was a 2-week continuance work with that time frame? What is there? Could you explain?
Sure, Jasmine Maida for the record. There's no pressing timeline. The transaction has already been, the property has already transferred hands. And this would relate back to the date that the transaction occurred. So
it's already retroactive is what you're saying. And it's an administrative cleanup. And so on that, I wonder if Mr. Delgado would consider that, and just, it seems like no harm, no foul, to get a little more information.
Sure. That's fine. Honestly, there's no precedent on my end either. So if colleagues want to get more of their information, nothing's precedent. Madam Mayor, I move to amend my motion to continue the item to the next council meeting, or the one that's most available on the agenda, and working with our city manager, Mr. Thornley.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Councilwoman Breckus, will you please get with Jasmine so you can have all your questions answered?
I'll get with Mr. Thornley. My desires
are... well, I want to make sure you get everything answered. So again, my goal here is to continue to keep our meeting moving as expeditiously as possible. So, all right, moving on. Thanks, everyone. Okay, Madam Clerk, back at you.
We are moving to item D7 as pulled by Councilmember Dewar. At this time, we'll be pulling over John Flansburgh and Carrie Koski to be able to answer any questions you may have.
So, thank you, Madam Clerk and Madam Mayor. I have a general practice over the last 6 years to pull things that are over $1 million. This one is $2 million. I did have a chance to get a little briefing on it, and I think it's a good news story, and I think it's worth hearing about so that people know what we're spending $2 million on. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. This is Carrie Koski, your city engineer. Thank you for pulling this item, Councilwoman Dewar. This is very exciting. This is one of our first projects that we're putting out, put out to bid. It's an annual CIPP lining, which is cured in place lining. With this project, we would like to award the bid to the lowest bidder, who was In Situ Form Technologies, LLC. And the project, it covers about 8.3 miles of sewer lining, 4 locations in the southwest, 3 locations in the northwest, and 3 locations off of the Stead Boulevard. And there's a location map in your packet attached to the staff report. The trenchless method of sewer rehabilitation is increasingly popular because it requires no digging, and there's a lot less impacts to the neighbors and to the traffic and the property owners. We're looking to start this project at the end of January, pending the approval here today. And the project is included in our budget for the capital improvement program for fiscal year 21 with the sewer enterprise fund.
All right, so we have a new method that we're going to be using, new to us anyway, at the city, or we haven't traditionally used it. Is that correct?
We have traditionally used this in the past probably 4 years.
Okay, so it's a continuation of this method that's gaining more and more acceptance. And it's to basically, and let me just make sure it's to line or extend the pipes.
It's to line the existing pipes.
Right. And that will really help, I think, with water quality issues. You know, if the pipes are leaking, that's leaking sewer out into the ground. That's not a good thing. So I think this is really a very environmentally focused, good type of job to do. So we don't, A, lose the water, and B, lose contaminated water into the environment. So kudos to you guys for moving forward. It affects every ward. So we'll all see sewer rehabilitation in our wards. I think it's really good. So with that, I'll just make a motion to approve this project. And it looks like.
All right, I have a motion. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I had questions about this at my briefing and some follow-up information I just received yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to look into it, but over the break when I was reviewing the CIP, it was unclear to me which CIP items these were. So I just want to follow up on what you sent yesterday by way of memo. Is this the large diameter or the small diameter program?
Councilwoman Breckus, this includes both. We put the two together, and we prioritize. We use both of those projects basically to get the best value for our dollars.
But the CIP showed that you were spending $5 million on both. So why is this only a $3 million project?
Well, that's a very good point. I forgot to mention that when I did my little presentation here. We got some very good bid prices this year, and it looks like that we've got some extra money so we can spread that along the other projects. So like I mentioned, we're going to have several other sewer projects coming to council here, along with some street projects. So we're going to take a look and make sure that we're balanced fund-wise.
And the $441,000 for contract management, construction management of this effort, is that in the $5 million for the small and the large diameter that comes out of that fund?
Yes, it is. Yes, ma'am.
How come we went no bid on that, on those professional services?
Because the professional services comes off of our listing of consultants. We actually rank our consultants every 2 years, and we put together a list, and we can't put professional services out to bid per NRS, per the law.
Yeah, you can RFP though. So you just went, they were next in line for this?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for letting me ask these questions.
Yes, you're more than welcome.
Motion.
All right. I, have a
I
motion
think I made a motion, I think.
and a second. All
Correct.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed.
Aye.
Motion unanimously. Nice to see you, Carrie. Okay, moving on, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to item C1, which is a public hearing for a resolution to amend the community development section of the FY 2021 fee schedule. We do have Angela Foos and Arlo Stockham available to answer any questions that you may have on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. So at this time, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received. Should also be noted there is no public comment for the record.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to call in Angela Foos for staff presentation. Or Arlo, whoever wants to do the honor.
Okay, sorry about that, unmuted. Thank you. For the record, Angela Foos, Acting Community Development Director. Real quick, just want to highlight what this is. So we are bringing forth a request to amend our fee sheet based on our new zoning code that will be adopted later today. We have a couple different categories of reasons why we need to update this fee sheet. One of them is we're renaming certain types of applications. Our old code calls special use permits. Our new code will call it a conditional use permit. We also have some types of applications, such as our administrative interpretation applications. We're going to be revising that, now calling it an administrative determination. So we need to update the fee sheet to reflect some of those changes. With our new zoning code, we also have several new types of applications. Things that we didn't have before, we'll now be implementing, such as a major deviation, alternative equivalence, and also the historic preservation fee. So those are all new, reflected based on the new zoning code. The other thing that we're adding is what we're calling a courtesy notice fee. So we always send out public notice postcards anytime we have a public hearing. And one thing that the council talked about during the zoning code update is implementing something new. And while it's not required per law, we did get some interest from council and we're moving forth with it, similar to how Washoe County processes their public hearing projects. So this will be a new, as we're calling it, kind of a courtesy notice fee. It's a fee of $100, and that's going to impact any project that would go to a public hearing. So we're not increasing fees in terms of existing fees, adding any new fees to those. That will be done as part of the budget process. We'll be looking at our fees and making sure that they're in line with what they should be. This is simply to make sure that our fee sheet reflects our new zoning code, which you guys will be adopting hopefully later today. And that is it. The staff report did include a list of all the fees that were impacted. So just to highlight that, again, anything in green shows the new fees. Anything in yellow shows that we're taking something out. Again, mostly because we're revising either the wording of that application or because it was duplicative somewhere else within the fee sheet. So if you have any questions, I am available.
All right, thank you so much. Council members with questions. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, could you explain a little bit more of this courtesy notice? I have a lot of experience with noticing land use matters, and there are pitfalls there. And I'm just concerned if there's a slip up of practice or unclear practice on these courtesy notices, that then we're somehow vulnerable to a noticing claim, a deficient noticing claim, because we've established this protocol. I frankly think when you have good advanced land use planning, your entitlement issues are not as controversial as we've dealt with over the last couple of years. So I see a solution to, while some might go to, oh, we need more noticing, I think, no, you need better long range land use planning and policy planning. But so is there any concern that with this courtesy noticing, what is this going to involve? Tell me a case study of that.
And so how this works now is when you have a public hearing, and let's just take a special use permit or a zone change, for example, the neighbors get a public notice, and that follows state law. So they get a postcard in the mail. If they have questions or concerns, they only have about a 10-day window to voice those concerns to the staff planner or to the applicant. So that really doesn't give us as staff a whole lot of time to kind of work through some of those neighborhood concerns prior to a staff report being published. So the intent of this courtesy notice is as soon as we get an application, we will send out, again, a postcard, and it will be courtesy, so it's not required. So there's no specific NRS requirements. It's just more of going above and beyond so that we can have more public input. And the idea is that once that postcard goes out, we'll be able to reference how neighbors can view the application. They can reach out to staff and ask questions. And hopefully by the time we actually get to a staff report, we'll be able to work out any issues they have or questions they have so that we don't have to wait till the last minute and that public hearing, such as planning commission meeting, for the neighbors to come out and voice their concerns. Hopefully all of that will be dealt with early on in the process and to help kind of smooth that transition as we're dealing with, especially during COVID, right? The lack of ability to attend public meetings. This will help aid that. And just overall, one of the concerns we hear over and over again is, how come I didn't know about this? Or why didn't somebody tell me? So this is part of that priority to try and reach out to the public sooner and better. It's just one more tool in the toolbox to be able to do that.
Yeah, and Angela, I think you've done such a great job with this, and you have really spent a lot of time combing over, how to make this process better, accessible in every way. I appreciate it. And I would just encourage council members to make sure you reach out to staff so that you know exactly what they're doing, what they're coming with and proposing. Because I think, we've spoken and you just did a phenomenal job, but I appreciate your accessibility too, Angela. Great job. Councilman Doer.
Yeah, I wanted to congratulate and thank Angela and Arlo as well, because to her point, she laid it out exactly. So many people contact us at the end of the process when they've learned, the thing is mailed. Maybe it takes a couple days to get to them, and they're learning about it right at the end, and they don't really have an effective time, especially with these shortened review times that we've instituted a 30-day staff review period versus a lengthier period. People have to learn about the project, get their comments in so the staff can evaluate them. So I congratulate you both for really thinking this through and taking an important step for our community and our residents.
Good job. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, as it sounds well thought out, as long as no one sees any pitfalls for noticing error. I know that I review the development review memo, which is the compilation of cases that come into the office on a regular basis. So I know what staff's working on before they start working on, because it's issued right away. And I know a lot of members of the public also get that and keep an eye on what's going on. But this is maybe for people who have something going on in their backyard and don't get in that. I just wanted to understand if there are any pitfalls in that noticing. Second question I had on this item is, assigning a fee, a new category for the historic preservation applications. I have a little bit of hardship on that because, one, as I'm bringing up the master plan related to historic resources and heritage resources, we talk so much about incentivizing the conservation of those. And it's a very voluntary process that people go through. And we don't have a lot of incentives that we can bring forward, but this is always the most modest and simple one we could do. So I'm having a hard time with putting a fee for the very few people. I think we only have 17 properties on the historic city registry. For the very few people who come through the door for these entitlements, I'm uncomfortable putting a fee on that because I think it runs counter to what we have in our master plan and in our code about incentivizing the preservation, the voluntary preservation of those resources. Plus, while the code revisions went up to the HRC, this never went before the HRC on this fee construct. So I would say, if the council, I would take a different view. I would say that we do not adopt this fee, and that if we want to advance our master plan policies to promote voluntary conservation of historic resources, we continue to not have a fee associated with this. And then the third point I wanted to bring up is about these administrative interpretations decisions. And I'll just, as disclosure, I established that practice at the city of Reno as a planner in the 2000s. And it was always an internal tool for when you had a section of code that the administrator felt, you know, we need a little more definition. We're going to have this internal document to say how we administer that provision, how we interpret it. And now it's become an application. And you know, I'm just wondering about the thinking on that. Is an application to help people do their due diligence so that they can have, you know, a part of that? Because I just see a lot of busy work for staff and having to prepare these administrations for outside sources. And we heard so much through the review of the code, you know, staff is so busy with so many entitlements, and, you know, we need to streamline. And this seems to me to be very clunky conceptual change of a tool that was always used internally and never a application for external people. So what's the thinking with this one?
Yep, and maybe I'll start with the historic resource. Definitely understand your concerns and don't want to de-incentivize anyone within the historic overlay to not come into compliance. The challenge we have is our current code doesn't really have a process in place when these projects, historic resource projects, have to go to the HRC. And the way they handle it now is the applicant has to give us stamps and envelopes, and it's very clunky, and that does not incentivize anyone to have to go through that process. With this new process under the new code is they would submit their application to the city of Reno, and we would process it just like we process every other type of application. And then we would take it on ourselves to handle all the noticing. So they no longer have to provide us with stamps and envelopes. We handle all of that. We cover all that with the $200 historic resource fee. So that is intended to make their life easier as the applicants, because then they're not stuck with all this extra procedural work. And it helps to streamline the process so that all of our applications are following the same process on the same submittal timelines. It just creates a much smoother process at the intake level and for the applicant, so that everyone's following the same set of rules regardless of the type of application. In terms of the administrative questions, we have a number of processes under our current code that require the administrator to either verbally make an interpretation. Day to day, we interpret the code. As planners, that's what we do all day. But when it's something that requires a written decision, such as what we call a minor modification, or something that is a written decision that will impact every future project going forward, because this is how we've interpreted the code, right? It's an extra step in the process. It's an extra level of work. So this, under the new code, we've outlined all of those different types of applications that really are above and beyond just staff making an interpretation of how the code is black and white. And we have a lot of gray in the code, and hopefully under the new code, we have less gray and more black and white, right? So by having these applications, it makes it easier for us as staff to say, let's define what this application is. Let's put a formal recommendation together, and formal interpretation, and that takes staff time. So while we are doing those things now, we are not getting compensated for it in terms of there's no fees coming in. So we spend a lot of times doing those types of written formal decisions. So this is a better way for us, again, to keep track of those decisions, to have a formal case number for those decisions so we can go back and reference those. You know, if I ask staff, hey, 5 years ago, where did you come up with this decision? And they say, I don't remember, I don't know, there's no documentation. This will also help us to document why these decisions and these interpretations are being made over time.
I accept, you're administering the code day and day, and I accept that statement. I see it. I still, someone who's administered concerns see it as could be, you have a code and then you have all these side letters, to use CBA language, that, exist out there and get waived. I still think that it is a tool for the administrator and not for any project. But, I'm going to defer certainly to you all and how you feel, what you need to help administer the code. The historic, I don't really accept the argument, because we can, one, take on all the noticing and do the stamps and everything like we do when we sometimes initiate code changes, zoning amendments, and not take the $200. And I know it's only $200, but I will tell my colleagues, we have such a modest amount of resource that we can commit to historic preservation. This is one. This will come up to less than $1,000 a year, because I doubt we get more than 5 of these in a year. But it's material, and it is important for the council to say, we want these people to come up voluntarily and preserve their properties, and we're not going to charge them for it. So I can accept the schedule as it is, with the pulling out the $200 for the historic applications.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. All right, I'm going to really try to keep us on the 3 minutes. It's not that I'm trying to cut you off. And if you do have more questions, I would ask, please get with staff, just so that we can stay on track. All right, thanks so much, everyone. I appreciate it. Okay, Madam Clerk, back at you.
Madam Mayor, at this time, transitioning to our public hearing on item C2, which is for the Prado Ranch Master Plan Amendment and Prado Ranch PUD.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Clerk. At this time, let the record reflect that we will now open the public hearing. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received? And I'm going to ask you about public comment, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Proper notice was given on this item. We did receive correspondence, 350 emails or letters in support of this item, 42 in opposition, as well as 4 have been logged as concerned. These have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Additionally, we do have voicemails on this item, Madam Mayor. We will transition to those before we open and continue.
Okay, that would be great.
First up is Denise Ross.
I would please prefer that this voicemail is placed for the council just prior to the Prado meeting. My name is Denise Ross. These are the reasons why I believe the Prado development should be denied. It's been more than the allowed 1 year granted by Arlo Stockham, as he stated under Reno Municipal Code 18.06.205. There is no public record on file for any of the quarterly meetings that were required. The traffic report was done when Lemon Drive was closed due to flooding. It was done on a holiday when the elementary school was not in session. The report was done prior to the Makita and the other employment warehouses were open for business, making a big increase of traffic. It's out of date and it's impossible to update at this time due to the COVID restrictions. Much of the open space is in what is actually part of the lake, a real stretch of what appropriate land use requirements are. The area is a closed basin. They are requesting for your approval to build it in a floodplain that has not been granted a CLOMAR by FEMA as required. The sewer has not been completed and is only projected to be finished in 2022. How many times can you flood Swan Lake residents with your effluent? It will still flood when we have another rainy season. More concrete results in a loss of clean water recharge. There are chemical impacts. Roads, driveways, and parking lots collect a variety of chemical pollutants that will permanently end up in the closed basin of Swan Lake. There have been unprecedented changes and continuances regarding this development that I believe would give Lansing Arcus a legal open door to do as they please. Please protect the already devastated families that live around Swan Lake and say no to this development. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year.
Hello, I am calling in regard to the City Council meeting on January 13th, 2021 for the Prada request to build in Lemon Valley. My name is Joan Moisner. My address is 11725 Oregon Boulevard. I have been a Lemon Valley resident for 27 years. I am adamantly opposed to the Prada project in Lemon Valley. As has been voiced in prior meetings, Lemon Valley does not have the infrastructure, roads, police, fire, schools to support Prada here. Water is a huge issue both for domestic supply and flooding. Desert Research Institute is conducting a 2-year study on water in Lemon Valley, which is not yet complete. No additional water burdens should be considered until its results are published. I ask you, please do not approve Prada in Lemon Valley. Thank you.
Yes, this is Linda Donahoe calling at 9545 Fremont in Lemon Valley. And my comment is regarding the meeting that will be held January 13th at 10 a.m. I have lived in Lemon Valley 50 years coming March. The changes made in this, recent changes have been made, have not been beneficial to this valley. The main priorities are being overlooked, such as the flooding, fire, and police protection. Adding more houses and warehouses are just adding more problems, which is already are ongoing in Lemon Valley. I urge you to please deny any and all changes requested by the Prado Ranch. Thank you.
My name is Nick Hiller. I'm calling regarding LDC 16-00026 and LDC 17-00019 Prado Ranch Master Plan and PUD zoning map amendments. I would like to oppose these requests for multiple reasons. To start, the proposal states the traffic due to these changes will increase by more than 6,000 average daily trips, when currently Lemon Drive is already inundated by traffic. Being a morning commuter, I can attest to that firsthand. Lemon Drive through the intersection with Ramsey Way already needs repairs due to the flooding that occurred a few years ago that still hasn't been fixed and already causes congestion in that region. The other main thoroughfare, being Military Road, is already congested due to the increase in residents along the stretch of road, with houses still being built, adding more traffic at a steady rate, and increasing semi-truck traffic due to the new Makita buildings around the intersection of Military and Bravo Ave. These issues should be heavily scrutinized due to the fire activity seen in this area over the last few years. With the increase in population that you're proposing and only 2 paved routes of exit, both being single-lane roads and in poor condition, this valley would be as effective at evacuation as Paradise, California was when the fire destroyed their town, once we get a big fire. Moving past the issue with roads and traffic, this area is already lacking in patrols by the constables that are supposedly in charge of this area, that being the Reno Police Department. They are effectively non-existent in this valley, and when they do arrive when called upon, the response times are very long, and I have yet to have an officer arrive willing to protect or serve. When the 911 system is activated, we get an officer that seems more upset about being sent to the North Valley than actually doing his job. I didn't see anything about an increase in police presence in your proposal, or ways that we as a community would benefit besides being inundated with worse traffic and more people that see an area that is not patrolled as a playground for them to do what they want without repercussions. To exemplify this, you can take a walk down any side street in this area. You'll find beer and whiskey bottles that are thrown into the ditches by drivers of vehicles that have no regard for the laws, with no officer to be found to enforce them anyway. My last point is towards the sewage increase that the development would bring to this area, an average of 187,000 gallons or more a day. This area doesn't have a sewage treatment plant, and I'm assuming that with the increase in population and housing, that the plan also includes a treatment plant that would be like the one located near the corner of Military Road and Norton Drive. I would ask that you talk to the residents around that plant about the smell that emanates from it every day from spring till late fall, and I see no reason to agree to a similar smell to the valley where my family lives. So, thank you, City Council members, for hearing testimony from my neighbors and myself. I hope that my statements give good reason for why this proposal should be denied until immediately.
My name is Peggy. I live in Lemon Valley, and I'm calling to let you know that Lemon Valley cannot handle all the new homes that you guys want to put in. First of all, the road out here in Lemon Valley is in really bad shape as far as traffic. People speed here all the time. Also, too, the grammar school over on Patrician cannot hold that many people coming in with small children. The school is a mess. Nobody has done anything on it. You need to go ahead and block this housing effort to get in here. Lemon Drive, if there's an accident up by Smith, it takes us an hour to get from Fleetwood Drive up to Smith. Military Road is the same way. The traffic here is horrible. You guys need to stop this. Thank you.
Hi, Ashley. This is for C2. This is Tammy Holt Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee. For the record, first, this should have never been heard today, as stated by my email and public comment, because senior staff violated RMC 18.06.205. Second, thank you to the Planning Commission, Sienna Reed and Nathan Gilbert, for reviewing thoroughly the PUDN project, finding and recommending that it does not meet the findings to move forward for development. Third, as mentioned several times on the record, a portion of the PUD was denied in 2018 by the Planning Commission and yourself, the council. Fourth, a major portion of this development is in the 100-year floodplain, which FEMA has responded to at the state of emergency. 5, where is the FEMA-approved Clomar? FEMA says that it never received it, or that it rejected it because of improper information. I requested through the Federal Information Act, this Clomar, and never received it by the city, the council, or FEMA. 6, as supplied to you March 22nd, 2019, a hard copy of why this project does not ever meet the finding to be approved. Here's just a little list. Groundwater elevation is about 75 feet below the surface. If you dig down to create holding ponds, it will contaminate the drinking water because there is no or minimal surface filtering. B, Swan Lake has already backflowed and settled where those holding ponds would be, so to remove additional dirt would allow Swan Lake, when full, to backflow into those ponds because they are at a lower elevation than Swan Lake. C, traffic. Semi-trucks versus children. Me. Smash. Already blinking light at Patrician for pedestrians. US 395 grade F at the current time. Elevation of Lemon Drive will create damming effect to evacuate water from the east side of Lemon Drive unless using pumps full time. D, sewer capacity and discharge issues for both Washoe County and Reno sewer facilities. 7, reviewing the amended PUD changes from Lansing Companies LLC to Lansing Arcus LLC. What happened with Roger? 8, reviewing the PUD changes, warehouses and industrial changed to public or employment. 8, reviewing the PUD amendments, changing warehouses and industrial to employment parks is like putting lipstick on a pig. 9, this does not meet Lemon Valley, North Valley, or City of Reno master.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment for this item that was received before 4 p.m. I will send it over. I do believe that City Manager Thornley would like to say a few things before staff begins their presentation.
Sounds good. I'm going to send it over to Mr. Thornley. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, Madam Clerk. I did previous work in my private capacity for the applicant on this project. And so the ethics and government law, the rules of professional conduct for lawyers in Nevada, and the code of ethics for ICMA requires me to step away from this item. Arlo Stockham will replace me.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we will transition over to Angela Foos to be able to give you a brief presentation. After that, we do have the applicants available. They will be giving you a very brief presentation as they are capped at 10 minutes and will be available for questions as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Angela, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, for the record, Angela Foos, Acting Community Development Director. I'm going to give you a short presentation, more so on the history, because you guys have seen this before. So this is a request for two things. One is a master plan amendment, and the other is that planned unit development. Within the PUD, there's about 4 different land use categories: single family, multifamily, industrial, and commercial. And so within that, again, I just want to highlight that we are looking at about 176 single family units, just over 500 multifamily units, about 3.6 million square feet of industrial, and about 57,000 square feet of commercial. This application has been going on for quite some time, and I think to the point of some of the people that brought forth some public comments, I wanted to give you guys an outline of how we got to today. So let's start with the beginning. First of all, I think it's important to note that the city annexed this property over 5 years ago. That was back in 2015, so it was annexed. And when it was annexed, it came in with some zoning, some single family zoning, both a single family 15, so 15,000 square foot lots, and a single family 6. If we look at today's current zoning, you could build over 1,300 residential units. Again, based on when it came in, that's what you can do today. So fast forward, once the annexation took place, the next step was the master plan application, followed by the PUD application. A number of workshops took place at the Planning Commission level back in the 2017, 2018 timeframe. There was also a lot of things that happened just within this area that we all know, flooding, that impacted development as a whole. So during that time, the flooding happened in winter of 2017. This application was being reviewed by staff at that point. It did go to Planning Commission for review. Planning Commission denied both the master plan amendment and the PUD. That application then went to City Council, and this would have been back in 2019. At that time, the applicant did put in a request to continue the application. They did it to a date certain. Prior to that date certain happening, they came back and said, we would like to postpone that request. And this is where the postponement was further discussed with staff. So again, it went to City Council with the first continuance, and that was in March of 2019. When it was, the second continuance happened in May of 2019. And when they requested the second continuance, they did not give a date certain. So it was an open-ended continuance. They did formally submit a request in writing. This happened in August of 2019, where they asked for a 12-month time extension. And they specifically stated the reason for that extension was to work with the regional partners, being RTC, Washoe County, City of Reno, to work on a regional stormwater mitigation plan. As we said, the big flooding event happened in 2017. And by the time we got to 2019, we still didn't have any concrete answers. And so they wanted to be part of the discussion, part of the solution. A lot of the property that they own is directly abutting Swan Lake, both on the east side and the south side. So they felt that they should be a part of that discussion. and to see what they could do to help. So the administrator granted that 12-month extension, which then brought them to October 3rd. And that extension was put in writing. So that's when they were put on notice, so to speak, that they had 12 months to resubmit their application. And in that time, we asked them to provide quarterly updates on what they were doing, how the discussions were going, again, with our regional partners. So they provided those quarterly reports both in writing, through phone calls, through emails, through Zoom meetings, a number of different ways that they did that. And so at the end of that 12 months, we got to October 1st, where they submitted their revised application. And so that is what is before you now, is that revised application. The key things that were discussed at the Planning Commission level focused on things like flooding. Again, there was a lot of concerns about what the flood mitigation should be. I think it's important to note that when Prado first came in, prior to any flooding out there, they had a stormwater mitigation of 1-to-1, and that was what was required back then. They then revised their application over time, and they proposed a 1-to-1.25. The application that they submitted in October increased that mitigation to the 1-to-1.3. And that is the policy direction that Council has given. So they are now in compliance with the stormwater mitigation recommended by City Council. Another concern was groundwater. And this is a question of how deep can you dig those retention basins before you hit groundwater. Again, they've submitted a number of reports. We have a number of documentation of where the groundwater is at various points. So from that perspective, they've provided information addressing groundwater. It's important to know too that this is a PUD, so this is a zoning level. And they actually come in with either a tentative map or a building permit. With each of those applications, they will have to provide updated reports, and that will include hydrology reports. They'll have to show us exactly where those basins are going and exactly how those basins are going to be designed. Another concern that was brought up is sewer. Initially, when this application was submitted, it showed that they were going to sewer to the Lemon treatment plant, which is a Washoe County treatment plant. Revised application shows that they will sewer to the Reno Stead treatment plant. So again, slightly different from what the Planning Commission saw to now what's before you. Another concern that was brought up was fire service. There was concerns that because this is outside of the fire response time, that it would not be adequate. We do have some language in the handbook that they've provided that they will be providing an additional ladder truck that is part of their phase 2 development that they have to provide. Keep in mind too that they also have to provide fire sprinklers in their buildings. One of the other overarching concerns with the development as a whole, specifically related to the industrial, was truck traffic. Again, we're looking at 3.6 million square feet in industrial development, which generates quite a bit of truck traffic. So there was concern from the Planning Commission that this was going to negatively impact the area. The area is surrounded by residential development. That includes development to the north. That's existing residential from Washoe County, that's unincorporated area. And it's about 3 miles before you get to the US 395 interchange. And so there was concern that that is a long way and a lot of truck traffic creating negative impact along that 3-mile corridor. We also have a school zone and an elementary school between where that industrial development is proposed to be and that 3-mile stretch before we get to 395. So those issues were brought up as a concern and a negative impact to the residential development around. And then finally, land use incompatibility was another item that was discussed. The applicant is proposing a 200-foot buffer to the north, which is that existing residential development. From the discussions among the Planning Commission, they didn't feel that the industrial development was appropriate at this location, given how this area has developed and the way it's zoned and master planned, both within the county and within the city of Reno. So those were kind of the overarching issues brought up by Planning Commission. I know Stacy Huggins and Mr. John Krompatek are here to provide you more details on the project itself. And then I'll be available for staff questions, as well as Nathan Hastings from our planning department and Mr. John Flansburgh.
All right, thank you, Angela. Good job. Ashley, Madam Clerk, I believe now the applicant has 10 minutes.
Madam Mayor, this is Mickey Huntsman, Chief Deputy. That is correct. The applicant does have 10 minutes and the clock can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Vice Clerk. I've given you a new title, so thanks, Mickey. And will you please keep the clock going and let us know when 10 minutes is up?
Will do.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, this is Stacy Huggins. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Stacy. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. I'm just gonna share my screen here with you guys. All right. And sorry. There we go. And can you see my screen? Okay. I see Angela shaking her head. I assume that's a yes. Okay, yeah, perfect.
All good.
Okay, great. Thank you. Again, so this is Stacy Huggins with Wood Rogers representing the applicant Lansing Arcus. As Angela indicated, John Krompatic, who's also a part of our team, is available. In addition to John and I, our design team is also available and includes, Mark Sindagorda and Todd Gamble with Wood Rogers, Mark Gukin with Cardno, and Paul Salegi with Salegi Engineers. In May of 2019, the applicant requested and was granted the 12-month delay that Angela mentioned to allow additional time to work with the City of Reno and Washoe County Public Works toward a stormwater solution. We actively participated in meetings with staff from both agencies and provided quarterly updates about that progress. The jurisdictions continue to analyze and assess solutions, and we still want to be good partners, but we believe it's time to move forward. While we want to continue working with staff from both jurisdictions, now is the time to get the land use designations in place for future development so that when the time is right, we have a mechanism to move forward. And what we're really looking at today is that mechanism. Whoops. Just a quick overview. Angela did a great job, but I just wanted to share this slide with you for a little bit of background. You may recall the project was annexed into the City of Reno in 2015. At the time, the intent behind that annexation, which the council unanimously supported, was to bring jobs and housing to the North Valleys while addressing a lack of available industrial zoned properties. Following our request for the delay, bringing the entire PUD in front of you, what you see now is a mix of zoning designations that include open space, the ability to do industrial on the SF15, currently zoned SF15 area, and then a mix of single family and multifamily on the SF4. One question that's come up is, why are we doing a PUD through this process? The PUD addresses environmental constraints and comprehensively provides solutions and timing for the improvements. It creates a certainty for how and what will be developed with timeframes for that development. It establishes standards that are sensitive to the environmental and physical constraints that exist on this property. And it conforms with the master plan policy CD3. The city should encourage PUD zoning when they provide open space, protect sensitive environmental resources, and scenic vistas, which this project definitely does. Looking at the development plan, this land plan represents the developer's long-term plan for the properties. As you can see on here, the project includes 44 acres of single family, 32 acres of multifamily, which is the orange, 10 acres of commercial, which is the red, 195 acres of employment/business park, which is identified in the purple area, and 446 acres of open space. That's over 60% of this site that is preserved for open space. This PUD is smaller in acreage and development potential than other recently reviewed and approved PUDs. And again, it's the basis for physical development of the city. As I mentioned earlier, the reason we asked for the additional time was really around stormwater mitigation. I brought this slide into the presentation because there was a lot of discussion early on about whether Swan Lake and the project parcels were identified as a wetland. you can see from this National Wetlands Inventory exhibit that Swan Lake or the properties adjacent to Swan Lake are not wetlands. They are not designated as 404 regulated wetlands. One of the other master plan policies that I think is important to mention is E8 and also SD2, where they're talking about protecting natural features. As I mentioned previously, the project preserves 300 acres of open space. It's zoned open space in the handbook with the intention of providing increased capacity for the floodplain. The volume offset mitigation is provided at a minimum of 1.3 to 1. And Lemon Drive will be elevated to further protect Swan Lake. All of those are important, and I believe that they protect the natural features. And very important to note here is the CLOMAR, and it's been discussed a number of times. The CLOMAR to date has not been submitted to FEMA, but we know and we all acknowledge that it has to be submitted to FEMA and it has to be approved before any earthwork can happen. If it's not approved by FEMA, we cannot move a shovel of dirt, and that's very important. That is the very first step of this effort. Looking very briefly at the hydrology, we've done quite a bit of work on the hydrology. And as I mentioned earlier, Mark Gukin with Cardno is available for specific questions on this effort. But, you know, we did start, as Angela indicated, we did start with the offset at 1.25 to 1. That was before there was anything greater than 1.11 to 1. We came back in the last year and we found a way to meet the 1.3 to 1. And in fact, as you can see on the exhibit that Mark Gukin was able to get the mitigation up to 1.4 to 1 if we need to. Touching on the groundwater investigation. So as proposed, we are looking at basins that are approximately, they range from 0 to 10 feet along the west side of Lemon Drive. Back in October of 2018, we conducted 4 test pits within our proposed offset area. That would be the areas circled here that you can see. We did that while there was still water on that site to determine the static groundwater level and the soil conditions. The test pits extended 18 feet below the existing ground surface and detected no groundwater at that 18 feet. We do have some additional information. We can be happy to answer this in greater detail if you have questions about our findings related to these groundwater testing. Moving forward to traffic and circulation. This has been, again, a hot topic of discussion for this project. The traffic study prepared for the project identified several improvements that needed to be constructed for the whole project. I want to point out that the traffic study numbers were based on build out. So at build out of the entire project, we're talking about 15,000 ADT and 1,200 peak hour trips. Some of the things that I want to just mention is that RTC has identified Lemon Drive improvements as necessary to address the rapid growth ahead of a program schedule. So we know that there are improvements coming. And one of the things that's important, you know, RTC has identified widening Lemon Drive from military up to military from 395 from 4 to 6 lanes. They have also identified widening Lemon Drive from 2 lanes to 4 lanes from Fleetwood to Chickadee. And just for reference, Chickadee is up here north of our project development area, adjacent to the mitigation areas. All of those improvements have been included in RTC's December 2019 adopted CIP. And it's important that our Prado Ranch will help fund those improvements through their regional road impact fees. So looking at those improvements, and we know that RTC is looking at the improvements adjacent to our site on the north end of Lemon Drive to happen by 2026. But as part of the PUD, this project has identified the majority of those improvements to happen in years 1 to 4 by the developer. So as you can see on this exhibit, the developer in the handbook and the phasing schedule has has agreed to provide improvements which include widening of Lemon Drive from Fleetwood to Chickadee from 2 to 4 lanes, elevating Lemon Drive above the flood level, constructing Lear Boulevard to 2 lanes. Lear Boulevard clearly does not, or currently does not exist in this area. Installing a traffic signal at Lemon and Patrician to ensure a safe route to school and safety for pedestrians and vehicles. And then realigning and constructing a new intersection for Deodore and Lemon. All of those items are tasked to be done in the first phase in years 1 through 4 of this PUD at the developer's expense. I do want to just show this cross section. This is in the handbook. This is consistent with RTC street section for arterial roads, 98-foot right-of-way with 4 lanes and a paved median in the center that can be used for turn pockets as necessary. And then on both sides, you'd have a detached sidewalk that can be a multi-use path for both bicycles and pedestrians. Moving on to the compatibility conversation. Again, there has been quite a bit of discussion. I know Angela mentioned it early on, whether the proposed uses are compatible with the surrounding area. Another master plan policy says industrial uses should be accessed from arterial streets that can accommodate large truck traffic and have access to a freeway. As you can see on this exhibit, I've highlighted 3 existing industrial developments in Lemon Valley. That would be these areas circled in purple. The solid bold yellow lines represent the route to each of those areas. Those are current truck routes. Lemon Drive is identified as an arterial and provides the shortest possible and most direct route to the freeway. While it is approximately 3 miles from the freeway to the site, the master plan does not specify what appropriate distances or routes are. However, Washoe County Code, Chapter 70, truck routes, specifically states that vehicles.
Madam Mayor, Stacy, I apologize for cutting you off. We have reached the 10-minute mark, so it is up to you if you would like for Stacy to continue with the presentation or if you would like to move on at this point.
Okay, thanks. How are you doing on time? Do you think you could wrap it up in 2 minutes?
Stacy, I believe you're muted. You may need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Tell me how much more time you need.
5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just pointing out, you know, Lemon Drive is designated as a secondary truck route from the freeway to Surge Street, which is where this solid yellow line ends currently. The dashed line represents the extension of that truck route. It's approximately 3 miles, but it is an existing arterial street and it's consistent with RTC and Washoe County policies. Also, I just want to note that based on current data available as planned, the truck traffic associated with the project is estimated to be 3% of the total traffic on Lemon Drive. That's a fairly small number when you look at the bigger picture and the traffic that currently is using Lemon Drive. Looking a little further at compatibility, and we've talked about it a lot, we understand and acknowledge the concerns with the proposed changes on the east side of Lemon Drive. But I want to point out that proposed industrial area or mixed employment area is separated by a 200-foot wide zoned open space buffer, which you can see here on the north. This is the largest open space buffer between residential and non-residential uses that really exist that's been zoned out in the city of Reno. In addition, the project is bound on the east by BLM property that further restricts development. So we really are buffered by open space and not adjacent directly to residential uses. In addition to the 200-foot wide open space buffer, we have accounted for a berm within that area to further buffer any impacts to those parcels to the north. There are currently 10 parcels along Arkansas that will have the opportunity to actually see something that looks, you know, a little more like this. And the drawing in the bottom here is a little engineering, if you will. I imagine that when this is actually built, it will be much softer and it'll look a little more like this landscape buffer photo that you see up here in the corner of it. That is the intent. We want it to be landscaped. We want it to be a nice feature. We want it to include paths so that the residents that live out there can also benefit from this buffer. And we honestly think it's a better buffer than a wall there or any sort of fencing to mitigate the impacts of the development on this site. Finally, in closing, I just want to touch on the regional benefits of this PUD. As I mentioned earlier, it creates opportunities for families to live and work close and reduces the congestion on 395 of traffic coming and going. It establishes a mix of housing type and size. It establishes the opportunity for a regional solution to floodplain mitigation while preserving open space. It generates $3.2 million in revenue to the city's general fund. It includes over $20 million in RTC and other impact fees. The developer is responsible for elevating Lemon Drive and also widening it. Also, it provides a traffic signal at Lemon and Patrician to mitigate traffic and pedestrian conflicts. And it provides the connection of Lear Boulevard from Lemon to Military, ultimately improving the emergency response times. That concludes my presentation. I appreciate the additional time. As I said, our team is available for questions. I also believe that Dale Keller from RTC is available if you have questions specifically related to Lemon Drive improvements. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you, Stacy. Really appreciate it. I think you did a very, very good job. So you should be very proud. All right. Now I am going to open it up to council questions. Starting with Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead. And I'm just going to ask everyone, please try to keep it at 3 minutes, and then I'm going to cut you off and come back so we can get everyone's questions on the record. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Sure. Let me start my clock so I can be, you know, mindful.
Thank you.
I might need multiple rotations. This is an 8-inch packet, something that's been around 5 years, and I want to make sure that everyone is fairly treated through our deliberation. So let me just start my clock.
Sounds good.
Miss Foose, I'll just preface my comments by saying that I have had concerns, and those were raised, I think, in October of 19 about the administration of this request. And I brought this up to our prior city manager, and I intend to talk to about it, you know, with our new city manager, because, you know, when the council took a vote and said, we continue this to this date certain, that's a specific directive to the council. You know, I think the administrator reached into other part of code and said, I'm going to move it out. And I'm like, no, if council takes a vote on this date, this happens on that date, you know. But I think we lived that in October of 19 when, at my request, it came up and staff explained, you know, what they thought they were doing. And then they made a 12-month timeline with the applicant. I'm not entirely sure that, and I said this, I think, at that meeting, that at that point, this thing bifurcated into, you know, we got a land entitlement request or a request of the council of policy, master plan and zoning policy. And then we have infrastructure planning, you know, and I think reading the applicant's explanation that came in late yesterday about what he's been doing, I think he was participating in some infrastructure planning, which is separate and apart from working on a development application. And because this is a customized PUD, I want to go in a little more detail about what we have in front of us. So what we have in front of us, this working with the developer, how material is the application of the PUD change from what the Planning Commission saw and what we saw before. I understand the sewer location, the sewer treatment plant, which is not an insignificant issue, has changed.
That's correct. From a land use perspective, the land use is the same. They still have industrial and commercial and multifamily and single family. So from that perspective, it's the same application that went before Planning Commission. I would say the major differences between when Planning Commission approved it and when they resubmitted in October of 2020 has to do with the stormwater mitigation, right? Their original PUD that Planning Commission approved showed a stormwater mitigation of the 1 to 1.25.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there because I got that and my time is clicking. When you say resubmitted, what do you mean by that? They didn't resubmit, right?
When they came, when their application was during that 12-month window of time, right? They had 12 months between October of 2019 and October of 2020 to work on, again, some regional solutions on some of the bigger picture issues. So sewer was one of those big issues. Stormwater was one of those big issues. And so during that time, that 12-month window of time, they went back and revised their application to address some of those bigger regional issues.
Okay,
So
I'm going to leave it.
mitigation.
Okay, my time's over. And when it comes back down to me, I want to ask about changed circumstances because I see that a tentative map has been approved in the area. We know we have different sewer issues. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Angela, can I ask please about, and perhaps I'm going to need a map or even Ms. Huggins' presentation attempted to address a concern that I've had. And that is, I want to understand the way in which Lemon Drive is to be improved from when a driver gets off the exit at 395 as they head north. And from there, all the way up to, I think it's Chickadee, there seem to be like chunks of roadway which are going to have different treatment over time, some of which is related to RTC acting, some appears to be related to the developer's desire to, maybe they have to act before and get the credits back. Can someone give me a better understanding of the route from 395 to Chickadee?
Yeah, so Stacy had probably a better map, but this breaks it down. I took the traffic improvements that are planned with phase one that's specific from the handbook. So if this project gets approved and goes before RTC does anything, these are the improvements that this development will have to put in place with phase one. So let's kind of go through these and maybe we'll get a better idea. So widen Lemon Drive. The handbook specifically says that road is a 2-lane road now. It's going to be widened from Fleetwood, and Fleetwood is further down here, if you can see where my cursor is. Fleetwood up to Deodore, which is here. So this stretch of Lemon here is what's proposed to be widened from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. With that, they also have to elevate.
And am I correct? I'm sorry, Ms. Foose. Is it already 4 lanes from the freeway to Patrician? No.
It's further south from Patrician,
okay.
Where it's still 2 lanes. They're also looking at putting in, elevating Lemon from Deodore, which is again here, and elevating Lemon 2 feet higher, all the way up here to Pillow. So that stretch of Lemon is proposed to be elevated 2 feet higher.
But as I understood it, RTC prefers a different route, one that drags the road from Deodore up higher and it crosses over essentially what I'll call a berm, like a sandy berm. Who gets to make that decision? The builder or RTC?
So RTC is going through a separate process where they're looking at, I think, 13 different alternatives on how to design Lemon, right? Where it goes, where that alignment goes, should it be a berm, how high should it be raised? So they're going through a much broader, extensive review, separate from what Prado is doing.
Well, so how am I, and this is perhaps where I continue to get hung up, how am I as a council member supposed to make a decision about some of the findings that have to be made when I don't understand where the road is supposed to be and who gets to make that decision and what the timeline is? This is where I continue to struggle with this project. I'm not as concerned about, I think they've done a great deal of work to address some of the water related issues, and that's both flooding and wastewater and stormwater. That for me is not necessarily my concern. I'm not as has much heartburn as I might have the residential adjacency, given the location of the commercial or industrial piece here, does not again give me as much pause, but I am concerned about Lemon. I just don't know how to get past it.
Right, and a lot of that is timing. So RTC is working on a capacity study, and once they figure out the end result, that they'll have to go through a public process. They'll have to go back to their board. So they're still a ways out from actually coming up with a game plan of which alternative should they go with.
Okay.
And then once
my
they
3
figure out
minutes
which
is up,
alternative.
so I apologize.
Yeah, and we do actually have Dale Keller from RTC on the line as well, if we want to get into specifics. I do want to just acknowledge that that is a completely separate process. So what we're looking at today is if Prado moves forward and is approved today, what do they have to construct today? Separate from that is RTC. RTC is going to continue moving. If Prado's approved today and RTC says we've figured out our alignment, we've gone through the public process, this is what the RTC board has approved, then per the handbook, Prado will work with RTC and make their design fit in with RTC's plan. So basically they will go with RTC's design if that plan is done and approved at the time that Prado's moving forward.
But this is ultimately what it comes back to, is what comes first, the chicken or the egg, right? And that is where I struggle. And I'm going to pass my time because I've finished my 3 minutes to someone else, but I might have questions that come back around, and we'll see if mine are still that. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. And just let me, while we're on that, while whoever's next is thinking of their question, keep in mind too that if a plan is approved through RTC and an alignment is approved and Prado wants to move forward, they can build that alignment and get regional road impact fee credits. So there's a process in place, as there is for all development. If RTC has an approved plan and your project comes in, you get credits for building it according to that plan. So we're not going to have to build this twice. Of course, the overarching issue is timing. Prado had that 12-month time window, and they were working with RTC and working with Washoe County and City of Reno. We are all working at very different levels, as you know, and so just because Prado says, I'm ready to move forward today, doesn't mean that all the infrastructure is in line to move forward today. But what they've put in place is a plan so that until that infrastructure is decided, again, through the RTC board, there is a plan of how this project will improve the roadway system to meet their project needs.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, are you there?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Weber.
Right. I was wanting to make sure that you were there because I don't need to speak right now. I'd like to hear from, I think Ms. Jardin has some questions.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Jardin, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And maybe this is for Dale with RTC. Can you, Dale, I think it's important to kind of just give a process description about how projects are aligned, and in particular, not just this project improvements, but the ones that are from the freeway to this project. How, and this is the public's question too, how does that gap road get improved? And I'll give an example where this can present a problem. So let's say you're coming up, there was lots of investments that were made on the Pyramid Highway, Pyramid McCarran improvements. And those were phenomenal and they improved and they were widened. What happened was, as soon as those widening and improvements narrowed back down, the issue reemerged And now there are significant discussions about the need to extend those widenings and the improvements to flow. And so you don't end up with, bottleneck, open up, bottleneck, open up. How do, if you can give a quick explanation as to how those sorts of issues get addressed and what the timeline is for addressing them.
Thank you for your question, Councilwoman. For the record, Dale Keller, Engineering Manager with the RTC and the Project Manager on the Lemon Drive project. So maybe I'll talk about the different segments that the RTC is moving forward on right now. So the first segment is segment 1, which we will go under construction this summer, which includes the widening of Lemon Drive from US 395 interchange all the way out to Military Road. So that's going to go from a 4-lane facility to a 6-lane facility. Included in that project is working with NDOT that we are reconstructing the US 395 Lemon Drive interchange. There's roughly about $10 million to convert that to a diverging diamond interchange, or a DDI, the same type of interchange that we have at Milana Lane today. So that's what's under construction starting this summer. It'll be about a year construction project. And what we found on the traffic side and traffic generation and how do I address the congestion and opening and closing. So we'll have an open facility for 6-lane facilities from the freeway all the way out to Military. Now, what we find going northbound direction out to Military, it creates that Y in the roadway. We do see a lot of traffic using Military because there's already a development there, both on commerce as well as residential. And you also see potential for additional growth out there on the Lemon Drive side. So for what our models tell us when we design out to 2040 for our traffic design, we see that a 4-lane facility around by Chickadee into that Military area is sufficient to address our traffic needs.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate all the presentation that's been given. I do think the applicant has presented a improved project from what we first saw. I saw it as an appeal from the Planning Commission, and we had many issues at that time. And I think overall they've upped the level of their design. I do have a couple of remaining questions, so I'll try to get to them as quickly as I can. I was wondering, it looked like they had a significant improvement in their flood mitigation. I was just wondering, do we have a map, either applicant or staff, of where the 100-year floodplain is in this area and what % of the projects in the 100-year floodplain? Just for my background information.
And I'll see if I can pull up a map. Stacy, by chance, do you have access to one that's handy?
I do not, but Mark Gookin, I might defer to Mark Gookin and see if he has that information to share.
Okay. And it's really, it's about a general philosophy. We've approved many projects that have a portion of the project in the floodplain. Where I develop concerns is when a significant portions of it is in the floodplain. So the purple is what? If you could go over, Mark.
Yeah, sure. So the light blue line represents the current floodplain. Okay. And so you asked about percentages. I don't know the percentages offhand, but the light blue line is the current floodplain, and right. You can see, the red encompasses those areas proposed for development by Prado Ranch.
And on the south, could you highlight those?
So, yeah, if you can see my cursor.
I can.
Okay, good. That's the commercial industrial area. So that's the area that would be filled. And so that area would be removed from the floodplain. And so that's the revised floodplain is the purple. That's expected to be
right. But to the
boundary.
South, over by the treatment plant, isn't part of your project there too?
Yeah. So we've got development here where my cursor is, residential development in that area. And then one of our mitigation basins is where my cursor is hovering over currently.
So just on a basic, I guess, perspective, I believe in the master plan, what we talked about flooding was to avoid development in the floodplain. And then if you could not, to at least minimize it, and if you could not do that, to mitigate it. And so I always start back at the beginning of have we avoided to the, development in the floodplain. So that's very helpful for me to see about a half of the southern, or 2/3 of your southern piece is in the former floodplain after you're done. And looks like about a third, maybe, or half of the industrial areas in the floodplain. And so while I truly respect engineers and I know that they can do just about anything, I've always been impressed, and they can mitigate many things. It's a basic concept of, do we leave the natural floodplain to flood, to the extent, because that's what works, that's nature. Or do we kind of push it back, which is what the mitigation does. So I went over with you extensively the mitigation, and you've demonstrated that you're mitigating, and I think you said 1.3 to 1. And so that's a good mitigation ratio. And I just wanted to take a step back before we even get to mitigation and just talk about, I think it's a basic principle to avoid development in the floodplain to the extent possible. So that's just one question or comment. The other, and I don't know, I don't have a clock, I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm out of time, but my other flood related question was just about FEMA. Questions or comments were brought up about where we stand with the FEMA remapping. And could you just speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a FEMA map revision, a CLOMAR, conditional letter of map revision. We've had that queued up ever since like 2015. And in fact had signatures at different points in times from the city and county on those CLOMARs, because community acknowledgement is required for the submittal to FEMA. And currently we don't have that signature. We're ready to go and submit. I believe Dwayne and John are waiting for a resolution of this process to get those signatures so that we can move things forward with FEMA. That's kind of the first thing that FEMA asks for, is that community acknowledgement.
And it's the community acknowledgement comes from the city or from the residents, or who gives that?
It's a floodplain, designated floodplain coordinator. And so I believe that's Dwayne Smith for the county, and I believe it's John Flansburgh for the city.
Okay, or one of his staff. Okay.
Correct.
And I have one more question, but I can come back. It's a different topic, or I have two more questions, different topics.
Councilmember Dewar, or perhaps Madam Mayor, if I may, can we, before we let Ms. Ragu can move on and Ms. Dewar's important question, I'm not sure I had heard the answer to what portion or provision of the project is in the 100-year floodplain. Is it only on this map as essentially the purple?
The blue. So the blue is, they just said the blue is the extend the floodplain where they're putting their cursor. That's a current floodplain today. And they've mapped it, and then they've pushed it back by mitigating, if I understand what he said, so that it would be now the purple.
Okay,
correct.
Perfect. And that makes much more sense to me. So that front edge is the updated mapping, because you aren't building in these other areas, I don't believe.
Correct.
So, and then on the south, could you put your cursor there again? So this is basically where the treatment plant is, and I think the school, maybe you could put your cursor, and are all in there. And I think you're proposing building just south of there.
Yeah, where the cursor is now is the treatment plant, and then to the right is the elementary school. Yeah.
Yes. So what I think they're saying is that the area would be formerly part of the floodplain, and we're talking 100-year floodplain, and that they, by changing this, they would move it back. And I don't know if you're going to build a wall or something to keep the water back, but some just draw down the water. I don't know.
So in that way, the development improves the current conditions.
I think what it does is it consolidates them. It pushes them together so that they can create dry land, essentially land that's not in the 100-year.
Appreciate the indulgence. I just didn't want to move off from this if someone was going to ask about a totally different topic. Thank you so much.
And if I can just touch on something that Councilman Reese brought up, and that was the potential for the other alignment for Lemon Drive. And Carno, in conjunction with Wood Rogers, has looked at both of those alignments, and we can achieve the 1.3 to 1 or greater mitigation with either alignment of Lemon Drive.
So on the FEMA, once the community, you're saying what, accepted something from FEMA, then you would sign something. Can you just say that again? Because now I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll just talk to the process. So the first step with FEMA is to submit the conditional letter of map revision. And the process would be no construction, no earth moving activities would occur on the property until FEMA has approved that conditional letter of map revision. So once it's signed by the city and county, it goes to FEMA. They conduct a technical review. We respond to any issues or comments that they may have. And then once it's approved, then typically that would be the go-ahead for Prado to begin actually conducting earth-moving activities. Once the project's completed, we would do a subsequent submittal of the letter of map revision as opposed to the conditional letter of map revision. So that letter of map revision just formalizes things, indicating that construction has been completed substantially consistent with what was presented in the conditional letter of map revision.
Mark, the box to the north of there, the red box that's just sort of ground, it's just a little bit in the floodplain. Is that part of your project too? I just want to make sure. Yeah, that box.
Way up there to the north?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the Prado Ranch North development area.
I mean, but that's the one that was approved by the county? Or that's part of this project?
Correct, yes.
Which one?
Approved by the county.
Right, so not part of this submittal. So I don't know, Madam Mayor, I have questions about wastewater treatment and the the industrial to come back. So it might be someone else's turn. Or
Okay.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Oh, keep going.
Don't see anyone else.
No,
Okay.
I'd like to come in. I was, I'm going to put myself on, my preference is that we all get it, do it by topic or exhaust our points. But since I stopped shut, I'd like to return.
Yeah, defer to
Go
Councilwoman
right
Beckett.
ahead. I just would ask everyone just raise their hand physically, and then I can make sure. So go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, and then I'll come back to you, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay. I do want, she touched on, and I would like a little more certainty on that, that map of that north area, because it's got red around it, which to me, I interpreted that map as part of the project area, but it also has a tentative map that was approved by the county. So I'm wondering what is that land use that is being identified there, and is that part of the project area? Ms. Foose?
Mark, if you want to bring that image back up. So there's two projects. The only one that you're looking at today is the City of Reno portion. Several years ago, Washoe County approved Prado in the Washoe County jurisdiction. That's a tentative map. To my understanding, they have not recorded a final map on that yet. There we go.
Where is that tentative map?
Yeah, Mark, can you just call out so everyone can see with your cursor the area that we're talking about?
So are we talking about this area to the north?
Yep,
Sorry.
exactly.
Okay.
Yep. So that is, again, not part of what we're looking at today. That is the Washoe County portion of Prado that was approved several years ago.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I see. I have the zoning map that your staff put toward us, or gave us. And so it's a confusion thing. And, but that is a changed land use condition, and it's about 400 residential units of suburban.
I believe so.
Okay. I appreciate that. I seem to recall in that the approval involves sewer over to our sewer treatment plant. And that's another change condition of this development that I want to focus in on. I recall, and I think the record supports that it was, and someone mentioned, maybe Ms. Huggins, that originally the plan was to sewer to the Lemon Valley treatment plant, which is immediately contiguous to the property.
Correct.
But now this request involves coming to our sewer treatment plant, where we, since this interim period, have done two things: is closely tracking how much capacity we have there. The record doesn't show me, how much we have committed, how much we have planned. So I'm going off of other documents I've seen, and I am concerned about lining someone in the queue while we don't have the plant operational. I know the staff report said that the plant would be operational with a discharge permit in summer of 2022, but that's just another information that I'm not confident about making the ability of the infrastructure findings. But in particular, I want to focus in on the area that's adjacent to the lemon treatment plant, because in the master plan policies related to, I'll just finish this one question, Madam Mayor. The land use policies related to compatibility of use, it's been rare in my experience to see residential suburban densities right abutting contiguous to a wastewater treatment plant. And that's why when I saw the intensification of lot size here, I had question, if the land annexed in as if the land annexed in at a lower lot, a larger lot size, I'd rather have fewer people up against a wastewater treatment plant than more people. And I won't expand on to that. But what's going on with that wastewater treatment plant? Because the decommissioning of a wastewater treatment plant immediately adjacent to neighbors could be a long process and maybe one that is incompatible. Has anyone in the reviewing staff looked to tell us what that land use is going to be like as it's decommissioned or in its current use?
So I'm going to have John Flansburgh join this conversation and have him give us some insight on what he knows of the Washoe County treatment plant, just in terms of timing and where they're at with decommissioning.
Thank you. For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. Washoe County and City of Reno performed a joint facility plan for North Valleys. In that plan, there was discussion in regards to the Lemon Valley Treatment Plant, and really that decision will end up going to the Washoe County Commission on whether they want to decommission the Lemon Valley Treatment Plant and send those flows to the Reno Stead Plant. Obviously, that would take concurrence with the City Council, or if they want to do the whatever maintenance and upgrades to their existing plant in order to continue its function to the 300,000 gallons that it's permitted to. So there has not been a decision out of Washoe County, nor do I believe that decision has gone to their commission yet to be made.
Okay, I'll leave it here. When it returns, I'm gonna have questions about the industrial use. I'll just summarize that. It seems that this intensification of land use, single family there near the treatment plant, but also near a school, which is a good thing, is rather vague what it could be, what it is. And I have compatibility issues there in intensifying those lot sizes adjacent to that use. Thank you.
Okay, so
Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I had two primary questions. One was about, to pick up on Councilwoman Breckis's points, was about the wastewater treatment plant and the plan to sewage. And when I met with the applicant, I identified this as what I thought was a critical issue. So they told me that they were planned to use about 0.4 MGD for their project. And just to recap, we're planning now a 2 MGD plant. So roughly about a quarter of the capacity of what we're planning to build. One of the challenges is of course the time frame to build that plant, and even more critical is where to put the effluent. So we've had many discussions with Mr. Flansburgh, opportunities for reservoir, for use on American Flat as infiltration for potentially a portion of that. We've talked about some agreement with a Native American organization and their potential use. And I have supported expansion of the plant all the way through until the last vote. And the reason I didn't support the last vote was I felt it was critical at this point where we're going and we're going to start constructing that we address a potential fatal flaw, which is where to put the water. So my concern is that is not figured out yet. And we have many, Mr. Flansburgh sends us monthly to quarterly lists of where we are with people that have pending applications before us that want to use sewer capacity. And we even expanded the flow shave to take more of those people, and they would get treated over at the Tumwharf plant, and their discharge would go into the river unless it went to reclaim water in that region. But that's pretty much tapped out at this point. So one of my concerns is just the timing with the construction, the demand, the need for wastewater generation, and our ability to treat it and where it's going. And I like my colleagues, I like some level of certainty about what we're doing, that it's sort of a build it and they will come. So build it and the plant will be there when they need it. I'm not convinced of that. I feel the timing is years to 5 years off when a plant might be available, where we know where we're putting that fluent. We figured all that out. We've served people that are in line potentially before this development. So I don't know. I just wanted to put that on the record that it's just a great concern to me. I brought it up with the applicant. And I think it's not nothing. We need to know, where's the water coming? Where's the sewer going? How are the roads servicing the development? And is the development properly zoned in terms of its context, its compatibility with the neighborhood? And that's my last point, which has to do with really putting the largest portion of the project by far is this industrial complex. And you pointed out, Ms. Foose, it's 3 miles from I-80. It seems based on our master planning and our land use mapping and our existing development, that it does not appear to me to be compatible. And I don't think that I would be able to make findings about that right now. I also may not be able to make findings about being able to be served, by the infrastructure. And in this case, it sounds like the road is on its way on a separate path, but we are directly responsible for the sewer. And so that's an important component of the infrastructure too. And then finally, I'm just very concerned about building in the 100-year floodplain in a closed basin. So, and it's no detriment to the applicant. They've done an excellent job of showing how they would mitigate that. But I still have concerns about the basic premise of developing approximately half your project, a third to half, we'll go with that, in a 100-year floodplain. So I'll cede my time at this point.
All right.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Since I concur with those concepts of the sewer treatment plant availability. The only level of analysis on this changed plan was that the treatment plant would be available on July of 2022. But based upon other knowledge that Ms. Dewar and I brought in, I think that the capacity is a question absent that analysis that came in. But I want to, since she left off on the floodplain, I want to ask, before I ask my questions about industrial land use, I want to ask about the floodplain mapping. And I do agree in principle that we should go with the least intensive land uses that exist before intensify land uses in the floodplain. But Mr. Flansburgh, when we deal with the other floodplain over in the Truckee Basin, we hear often about how outdated our flood maps are. And it's Clomar over Clomar over Clomar. And I never got, because Clomars are often in these situations said, we're just going to do a Clomar, then we'll go to a Lomar. And I always want to know, and I did see it in the record, how outdated is this map? When was this map done? And under what development situations existed at that time? And what are the plans to renew that map if it is outdated?
So I think it's probably easiest to start with your last question, and that is in regards to what is happening today. Washoe County did initiate an HDR study of the floodplain. They have put together where those boundaries are based on the best topo. So, and you can imagine if you have a 2-foot contour lines or 1 foot contour lines or however fine grained you are, especially in flat areas, the more definitive you can be on your floodplain boundaries. And so Washoe County has initiated that with HDR. That study is, if not completed, is very close to being completed. So
may I stop you? Is the plan then that information then gets submitted to FEMA as a new base flood map?
That is the intent, is to have that information provided, and will be also provided to this applicant and other applicants as that information is available.
Okay, I'll let you stop there, but as a side note, I would like to know for future reference, when the words Clomar come up, I want to know how old the map is and what was the development conditions at the time that map was created. I think that's important information that is relevant to our decision making. But I want to move to the industrial land uses. Ms. Huggins, you showed a map of the industrial area, and I just wanted to follow up on some questions on that, and then also the discussion of elevation of that industrial area, because that brings in land use compatibility considerations to me as well. And I'll just, while your map's coming up, your map showed, if for lack of a better description, little pods, land use pods, but I want to know, because I see a 3 million square foot industrial cap, and I use that as, in my mental mind, of about 3 Meadowood malls under roof, the main Meadowood Mall area under roof. And because Meadowood Mall is about 900,000. And maybe Ms. Foose, since you're the going to be the administrator of this, can help me understand what's in the proposal. Could they do 3 million square foot building under roof under this, or do they have to break it up according to these little pods?
And Nathan, I may have you join in this conversation as well. It's my understanding that the handbook does not restrict them to breaking it up into these pods. Nathan, you could just jump on real quick and let me know if you are aware of anything in the handbook that specifies if it has to be this framework, or if it could be one giant building.
Good afternoon. No, it simply caps it at 3.6 million square feet.
Okay. In your experience, what's the largest industrial building we've seen? I haven't seen anything much bigger than 1.1 million square feet. Would you say that's right? Have you seen 1.5 or so?
Yeah, I was trying to think about the last one we had in the North Valleys. It was slightly over 1 million square feet, and that was one of the larger ones.
Okay, so just for my conceptualization, they could have about 3 of our largest industrial buildings on this property. And how many truck bays does that, do you know, that is associated with?
I don't have a mathematical equation for that, no.
Did the I'm looking at it from an air quality perspective. Did the I'm just wondering because we are next to residential, we're next to a school. Did we get any analysis on air quality of 3 million square feet in this kind of spot setting with the truck idling in the bays and all? Oh, wait, I can't hear you. You're muted.
Because this is not a specific project yet, we have to use more generalities. So we did look at, the traffic study looked at in general, how much truck traffic would we generate with 3.6 million square feet of warehousing. We knew that was about 6,000 average daily trips. So again, a full build out, assuming 3.6 million square feet of warehousing, however that's built, whether it's 3 giant buildings or a bunch of smaller buildings, it was anticipated to be about 6,000 average daily trips. Planning Commission did bring up air quality as a concern. That was one of the reasons that they couldn't make the findings, because they felt that it was a detriment to the air quality to have that much industrial in this area, and again, so far away, the 3 mile distance. So that was part of the Planning Commission analysis as well.
Yeah, I mean, I could see a condition of all electric vehicles, servicing this to mitigate. But I also have questions about safe route to schools, knowing that we're going to have a 500 unit subdivision just to the north, and we have a school down here. And of course we have the unincorporated schools, because you've got, a school walk. Did the school district comment on this in safe walk to school concerns?
Washoe County School District comments didn't specifically address safe route to school. However, that was a staff concern brought up with the Planning Commission.
Okay, and then my last question about industrial use was following up, I think something Ms. Stewart talked about, and the engineer mentioned how, this industrial site is going to be built up. And it's going to have to be elevated. What would that elevation of the docks be in relationship to, the street level that services the neighborhood to the north? How high, how much fill was anticipated?
I don't know that offhand. I could research that and get back.
That's okay. I just, fill is going to happen. And then the last thing is, does the PUD have any restrictions on 24-hour operation or residential adjacency special use permits?
It does, yes. There's restricted hours of operations, consistent with the other industrial developments like Logistics Center nearby, limiting the hours that trucks can come in. The operations as drafted in the PUD could operate, but the trucks have to be sealed. No more trucks coming in past 10 o'clock.
Is there an allowance for them to ask for a special use permit for 24-hour operation later on down the road?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions on the land use considerations of the industrial part. And thank you.
All right. Any other questions from council members? Nope. Okay. Councilwoman Weber, I'm going to send it over to you unless there are no further questions. Councilwoman Breckus, do you, since there is no one else wanting to speak, did you want to put anything else on the record before I send it to Councilwoman Weber?
Well, all my questions have been answered, and I want to thank the applicant and staff. And I just, it's her ward, and I'll wait to see what motion she offers to the body.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, Vice Mayor Weber, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to all my colleagues. I just appreciate the questions that were asked, and in return, I also want to thank the applicant and all the staff that have been working with us, getting this project hopefully out for discussion. But I do have some concerns, and I want to share those with you as well. And I think many of you have had the same concerns, but the Planning Commission as well has had concerns, and so has our staff. But with that, my concerns are the proposed industrial land use is really not compatible with the surrounding residential development. And the proposed development will create an industrial land use island to the east of Lemon Drive that is surrounded by residential master plan land use designations in both the city and unincorporated county. The industrial land use designation does not provide for an appropriate transition from lower density residential uses to the north of the site that have existed for decades. The proposed industrial land use is over 3 miles away from US 395. That is a long way to travel through sensitive areas, including existing residential neighborhoods, a designated school zone, and students walking to Lemon Valley Elementary School. The proposed PUD would produce pedestrian truck conflict, increase emissions from trucks, and adversely impact adjacent residential neighborhoods, and increase noise, odor, air pollution, and air pollution. These are all issues that cannot be mitigated with an open space buffer, as they have larger impacts on the broader area that have been planned and approved for residential development. So my concerns are, I'll share this. Prado is not in conformance with the following master plan policies. Master Plan Policy T11, the city should encourage businesses and new land development, which are substantial generators or attractors of traffic, to implement programs to reduce trips and or mitigate quality impacts. Master Plan Policy T25, the city should allow truck traffic in residential areas only where necessary to serve local residents or businesses. Master Plan Policy CD6, the hours of operation and general activity level of the development should be sensitive to surrounding land uses, particularly residential uses. Businesses with 24-hour operations are generally discouraged adjacent to residential uses. Site design objective number 1. Each plan for development should be based on a thorough analysis of the site in order to fully understand the development's relationship to the physical environment. The site analysis should also include such opportunities and constraints as topography, views, vegetation, drainage, solar path, winter winds, summer breezes, access, and adjacent built environments. Prado is not in conformance with the following zoning map amendment findings. A, to preserve the quality of air and water. K, to promote health and the general welfare. M, to ensure the protection of existing neighborhoods and communities, including the protection of rural preservation and neighborhoods. I just want to say that I'm really having a hard time, and I want to make some motions if I could, and I plan to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission. So in the case of LDC 16-00026, Prado Ranch Master Plan Amendment, based on the non-compliance with all the required considerations, I move to deny the Master Plan Amendment. I am unable to determine that the proposed amendment meets the statutory requirement that it serves as a pattern and guide for that kind of orderly physical growth and development of the city, which will cause the least amount of natural resource impairment, conforms to the adopted population plan, and ensures an adequate supply of housing, including affordable housing, and forms a basis for the efficient expenditures of funds relating to the subjects of the City of Reno Master Plan, because it does not conform to the following master plan policies and plans: T-11, T-25, CD6, site design objective number 1. Madam Mayor, should I go ahead with the second reading of, or the second motion?
Yes, please. Wait, let me, hold on before you do that, Councilwoman Weber.
Right.
Let me just ask our city attorney, Carl, how would you like us to separate these motions? It sounds like she's got more than one motion. Can you give us some direction here?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Carl Hall for the record. I would prefer that you go ahead and see if you can get a second on this motion and then take the zoning map amendment separately. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that's what I thought. So at this time, that is your first motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Second.
All right. I have a motion. I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In PUD zoning, it's a PUD zoning map amendment. In the case of LDC 17-00019, Prado Ranch PUD zoning map amendment, Based on my inability to make all the required findings, I move to deny the zoning map amendment and tentative approval of the handbook, and am unable to make the following required findings with A, K, and M. Like Mary.
A, K, and M,
Yes.
correct? Okay, I just
Yes.
want to. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, anything else on the record or motion, Councilwoman Weber?
No, that was just really a tough motion to make, and I know that thank you all to my colleagues, and I thank everyone involved.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate those thorough motions. I think it was very, very helpful and add a lot of clarity. So thank you so much. And I want to thank our staff. I know this has been a lot of hard work and diligence, and I really appreciate that. I also want to thank the applicant as much as, you know, looking at some of these projects. I think in so many ways that people don't recognize the hard work that you guys put in to make a project better on all aspects. And sometimes you really, really want to get there, but at the same time, it's really important that we look at a project in its entirety. So I just want to say thank you to Stacy and John. I did meet with them, so that should be on the record. And I appreciate they're both very talented. And so I want to thank them for their time, because I know these projects are never, ever easy. And there's so much that goes into them. And there's so much work that goes into them, and many sleepless nights. I want to put that on the record. And same goes for our staff. So I really appreciate Arlo and Angela for all their hard work. Thank you so much. Okay, with that being said, I'm going to also ask, is there anything else we need to put on the record? Carl Hall, and then I would ask that we take a break. We've all been sitting here for a couple of hours now. Is there anything else you need from us, Carl?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So at this time, if the council would like, let's reconvene at 1:15.
Madam Mayor, if I can just note.
Go
for the record, you do have attorney-client, and so I would recommend that council breaks for attorney-client at this time.
Okay, sounds good. That means just why don't we get on the attorney-client in about 5 minutes? Everyone can grab something and then jump on. Sound good?
Madam Mayor, could we, since we do have to fit the attorney-client, could we maybe come back at 1:30 instead of 1:15, since we have to?
Yeah,
break
definitely.
lunch
And sometimes those take a little longer than we anticipate. So yeah, let's do that. I think that's actually, why don't we do 1:45?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about an hour from now. Yeah.
Okay, everyone. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Okay.
Ashley, anyone?
I'm here, Naomi.
Thank
Hi,
you. I just
Councilwoman
wanted to make
George.
sure my volume was
Me
working.
too.
Thank you.
I didn't hear anything. I was waiting for somebody to say something.
Well, they had to like reboot my computer, so I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
We can hear you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mickey, can you hear me?
All right, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, we can get started on your meeting whenever you would like.
Oh, hi, Ashley. Thank
Hi.
you. Hi. Okay,
Recording in progress.
sounds good. Thank you so much.
All right,
Okay.
Madam Mayor, at this time, returning back to your agenda, we are on item D1. This is an acknowledgement of findings and facts and conclusions from the Attorney General. Should be noted, Madam Mayor, we do have some public comment on this item. We received a letter from Lori Ray on behalf of Scenic Nevada and a letter from Alicia Barber. Additionally, we do have a voicemail that we will play for council at this time before you take your motion on the item.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, this is Lori Ray, and I'm commenting on. Hi, this is Lori Ray, and I'm commenting on item D1, acknowledgement of the open meeting law violation. City of Nevada's reasons for filing the open meeting law complaint were to point out that the council has a duty to be fair and to stop, and also to stop the results of an unfair process. We've seen you strive for fairness at your meetings, but sometimes things get out of hand, and that's what happened during the July. Hi, this is Lori Ray, and I'm commenting on item D1, acknowledgement of the open meeting law violation. City of Nevada's reasons for filing the open meeting law complaint were to point out that the council has a duty to be fair and to stop, and also to stop the results of an unfair process. We've seen you strive for fairness at your meetings, but sometimes things get out of hand, and that's what happened during the July 22nd public hearing on the text amendment to change the Skyway design guidelines to fit the University of Nevada's construction schedule. A UNR official was invited to make a live public comment during the text amendment public hearing, but no one from the community could make one, and no one could rebut the remarks of UNR. The UNR comment was primarily about a proposed campus Skyway project instead of the text amendment. Scenic Nevada is not the enemy, but we are advocates for the preservation of scenic beauty and community character, which is why we weighed in on the Skyway text amendment and UNR's Skyway project, as did many others in the community. Some may think that the OML violation was due to the restrictions on public meetings because of the pandemic, but actually it was just the last straw for us in a flawed process that keeps getting worse. As the process unfolded, we and others observing it felt like it was an uneven playing field. Rules were bent to achieve one specific outcome. We all struggled with that. Trust was eroded. The text amendment had no public purpose and was initiated to meet UNR's stated construction fall schedule of 2020. Sometimes, as in this case, when concern for deadlines becomes the driving factor, project outcomes suffer. And as we found out,
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, that is the end of our public comment on this item, and I believe we have.
Hey, Ashley, I'm so sorry to tell you this. I couldn't hear anything. I don't know if anyone else, I don't think any council members could hear anything.
Okay.
We could.
Well, let's try again.
Hi, this is Lori.
Okay,
Ryan.
thank you.
I'm
Sorry
on
about
item
that.
D1.
That's all right.
I'll let you know when I can hear something.
Okay, perfect. I would just ask if council
Hi,
can
this
give
is
me
Lori
thumbs up
Ray,
when
and
you
I'm
hear something.
commenting on item D1,
Okay, sounds good.
acknowledgement of the open meeting law violation. City Nevada's reasons for filing the open meeting law complaint were to point out that the council has a duty to be fair and to stop. Hi, this is Lori Ray, and I'm commenting on item D1, acknowledgement of the open meeting law violation. City Nevada's reasons for filing the open meeting law complaint were to point out that the council has a duty to be fair and to stop, and also to stop the results of an unfair process. We've seen you strive for fairness at your meetings, but sometimes things get out of hand, and that's what happened during the July 22nd public hearing on the text amendment to change the Skyway design guidelines to fit the University of Nevada's construction schedule. A UNR official was invited to make a live public comment during the text amendment public hearing, but no one from the community could make one, and no one could rebut the remarks of UNR. The UNR comment was primarily about a proposed campus Skyway project instead of the text amendment. Scenic Nevada is not the enemy, but we are advocates for the preservation of scenic beauty and community character, which is why we weighed in on the Skyway text amendment and UNR's Skyway project, as did many others in the community. Some may think that the OML violation was due to the restrictions on public meetings because of the pandemic, but actually it was just the last straw for us in a flawed process that keeps getting worse. As the process unfolded, we and others observing it felt like it was an uneven playing field. Rules were bent to achieve one specific outcome. We all struggled with that. Trust was eroded. The text amendment had no public purpose and was initiated to meet UNR's stated construction fall schedule of 2020. Sometimes, as in this case, when concern for deadlines becomes the driving factor, project outcomes suffer. And as we found out,
All right, Madam Mayor, that is the completion of our public comment.
Madam Mayor, if I can?
Please go right ahead.
All right, so at this point, the council is well aware that the Attorney General's office has concluded that we committed a technical violation of the open meeting law on July 22nd. The specifics of that are roughly that while we were considering a text amendment to Title 18, a well-intentioned effort to provide context through discussion of a specific project at the university ran afoul of the clear and complete agenda standard in the open meeting law. And so it is now required that we acknowledge that finding. For our part, both I and the City Attorney's Office will endeavor to keep our discussions compliant with the agenda and state law, and we are looking into how a training might be beneficial for the group.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
I have a question, then I want to, on my behalf of a member of the body, do my own personal acknowledgement to this. But Mr. Thornley, what do you mean by a technical violation? Is there anything that's not technical, or is this in opposition to some other sort of violation, like a flagrant one? Or I don't understand that qualifier.
What I mean by that qualifier, Councilmember Breckus, is that the Attorney General's office has myriad tools at their disposal in terms of how they elect to deal with violations of the open meeting law, up to and including initiating proceedings in a court of law to invalidate the processes that fall under the found violation. And in this instance, they didn't do that. And so what I wish to convey here is that it is a finding of a violation, but the only ramification in this instance for us is that we need to acknowledge it in public and endeavor to do a better job.
Okay, so if they don't, if they just say finding, that makes it technical. It's really, the technical is related to how they enforce against it.
In my view, that is correct. That is a term of art that I have adopted myself.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. I do have a question on this, and maybe this is requiring some additional further clarification. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the violation was due to the fact that we discussed an item that wasn't clearly defined in the agenda item. Is that correct?
Well, I am happy to defer to Mr. Hall, but my impression of this is that we discussed a specific item that would later be an item. And in that respect, while it is not so said in the opinion, we ended up inadvertently deliberating on the matter.
So, okay, so, and I kind of understand that. Here's where I'm trying to understand its implications going forward. So as an example, and as was the example, I think in that case, was in doing step one, the community often wants more information about, as an example, there's a zone change. Someone comes in and wants a zone change. That's what the agenda item is. People will inevitably ask, well, what is the thing in which you're wanting to do there? What is the project? What is this, the scope? What is the thing? We will often call in the developer and say, what are your plans here? Understanding the plans can change, that they haven't come in with anything yet. So this kind of has a chilling effect on our ability to do that, or am I reading this too far?
Well, I think it certainly highlights some of the difficulty with the open meeting law and some of the confusion with respect to exactly what it is that the Attorney General's office is trying to convey here. But in this instance, I believe we can find some clarity in the fact that it was a specific project and it was specifically agendized on the Planning Commission agenda where both items went forward, but we did not agendize both items on the same agenda for the City Council. And so by taking the specific item for the project at a later date, we created some confusion inadvertently.
Okay, so I'm going to just say again, and my comments earlier still remain. So we're going to have to get further or we'll ask for further clarification for the exact reasons I just stated, because we don't want to inadvertently, in an attempt to be open with and asking questions in anticipation of what we believe the public is wanting to, likely to know, and we are asking it on the record to for that purpose. And if that's something we're not supposed to be doing, it would be good to get further clarification on that to make sure we don't do that, because that's something we, as a benefit, I think, to the public, we try to get information about what in taking one step, what does it impact on a potential next step? And what is that thing? What does it look like? Understanding that nothing has officially come forward yet, but what might it look like? So I'm just needing to better understand where the misstep was and how we avoid it in the future.
Completely understand, and that's why we're going to follow up with sort of additional training.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Oh, I just wanted to say my recollection too, and I need to know, or I guess just clarify, because I think being on Zoom has been confusing at times, and I do worry about the public's interest and ability to weigh in. And if I remember that specific meeting, there was someone that was allowed to speak, and then the public was not allowed to speak to weigh in on that item. Well, not allowed, but I don't mean it that way, but I mean in the sense that I think the process easily sometimes with technology and on Zoom gets overlooked. I don't think this would have been a situation had we have been live in the room. But I guess my bigger point is really wanting to make sure that we can somehow utilize public comment in the best way possible for citizens to engage, because I think we do do a very good job. We haven't had very many of these. I don't know how many you guys have remembered, but it's very rare that we have any of these mishaps. So I want to make sure we continue to be transparent and also really focus on ways we can make our public process better under these challenging circumstances of technology and Zoom meetings. And that's the one thing I do worry about. We have a lot of really big projects coming up. Some of them are pretty significant, and it's really imperative that we have the public weighing in. And certainly as we've got these massive projects that are coming up where we are seeing a lot of input. I don't know about you guys, but my email the last week was just inundated with public concerns and questions and things of that nature. So I just want to make sure that at the meetings we're doing everything we can, because I think it's so critical in the way that we shape our community, and the public input is so critical. So that's all I'm going to say. I guess I think part of it honestly has to do with technology, because I don't think had this been where we were in person, we would have seen this kind of step up. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, and then I'll go to you, Councilwoman Breckus. Sorry, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo your comments. I think you hit it on the head. I think that we have evolved at this time. If we can allow one person to speak, we can allow multiple people to speak. We're really getting good at this Zoom. We figured out how to do webinars, WebExes, and all of that. And I think we just need to take our public input process to the next level so that everyone has a equal opportunity to participate in the meeting. And I just think that's a important takeaway from me. And I'll just challenge our staff to, as I have for, they're sick of hearing this from me, but, challenge our staff to really make that happen. We had hoped that as of this meeting, we would be allowing public comment via Zoom. We're allowing public comment via Facebook options, and we're allowing public comment in all kind of other forums. I'm at other meetings that I participate in on other commissions, and they're allowing public comment on Zoom. So I just want to reiterate that I'm really pleased that our manager is taking this seriously and is going to look for ways that we can avoid these missteps. And I do want to echo something Councilwoman Breckus said too. I think she said it. It's just that this doesn't happen to us very often. It's not like we have 5 open meeting law challenges or violation alleged per meeting. Very infrequently. And so whatever we can learn from this and move forward, I think it's to the good. So thank you.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say, when these sort of things happen, and I think we've only had 3 since I've been on, and one actually was from a prior council before I was sitting, but that's an example. The whole body has to acknowledge, even if the body individuals had nothing to do with it, and we all involve ourselves differently. And on the second reading, I said I had heard from the community they felt there was a violation. Let's hold it. Let's do a redo. We were advised otherwise, but still I want to acknowledge it as a member of this body and say thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you for keeping us clear to revisit what our values of openness and transparency and participation are, that we have to endeavor even greater in these pandemic times. And I opened up the master plan, and master plans, when I started, doing this stuff, didn't talk about community engagement and participation. Ours does. And failing on this minimal threshold really is difficult for me, because we've gone so far and beyond to try to have values of transparency and participation, even when we did the fee schedule today on this courtesy noticing. So, this is a basic. We failed. We're sorry. Thank you. But I also want to say on another policy issue, because I think my colleague from Ward 5 brought it up, is a confusion is this was single purpose legislation. I objected to the initiation of this because it was just one person coming forward, one entity wanting this, and it skipped over dozens and dozens of zoning code priority amendments that we've identified over the years. And I think when the analysis went down to the AGs, they conflated the two, because on the tails of this legislation, which we were doing, we were legislating, we were not involved in a due process consideration that comes in with a special use permit or something else. That came afterward. We could not have had these two in the same item, because you had to have this ordinance in effect. Any one of us can call back under our rules to have it reconsidered if we voted. So you had to separate by time these two clearly. And so to go off into that dialogue, I think really at its heart, this pinpoints the problems of doing special purpose legislation for one asker. requester at one point, which is dangerous public policy making in my mind. So anyway, that's what I have to say, and thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Go ahead, Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I, like Councilmember Breckus and Councilmember Dewar, I think part of it is just what you learn from the process. Obviously, this body has an excellent track record when it comes to issues involving the open meeting law. And that is to be compared, I suppose, with others statewide who have either deeper histories or greater problems. I think our city manager sort of characterizes it as a technical violation. I think it's not so much a technical violation, it's just that there are a range of violations that could occur, and then there are a range of solutions or punishments at times. And this one falls on that end of the spectrum where it is not a major violation, it is not a major punishment, it has not asked us to, for example, redo the process that we were not asked to, or we were not fined. And I think that's because with regard to open meeting law violations, when the question is whether it was a clear and complete agenda item, that's a very difficult area to get right every time. You know, on every agenda, if we have 50 items on the agenda, I'm sure someone somewhere could make a case that one of those items was not clear and complete. And I think Councilmember Breckus is right that here we had two different agenda items, and they were also covered over a series of meetings. And I think it was the totality of those things that kind of led the Attorney General where the Attorney General came out. Because at the end of the day, the Attorney General said basically, this was not clear and complete on its face from the agenda, which did not give notice to the public of what was being discussed there. And we want public participation, especially on important items. And so as to the second violation, the Attorney General concluded that we had not violated it because there was lots of public comment that was submitted in writing. And in fact, even the group here that brought the open meeting law violation clearly had their opinions known in writing. But again, it's how we move forward from it. And so for my part, and the acknowledgement I think is important, as Councilmember Breckus said, I think I've asked for our staff to give us additional training. I've asked us to, kind of really focus our energies on making sure that our agendas clearly identify to the public what's being considered and how. And if we have to slow down that process and parse it out over two meetings, happy to consider that as well. Because at the end of the day, it is the need for us as a body to do as best we can, even given the pandemic circumstances, to ensure that our public is keenly aware of what we're doing and why we're doing it. And so for my part in that and the acknowledgement that comes with it, I think I've said my piece, and I thank all of you for the discussion today, because I think that's also part of it, is that as we acknowledge past wrongs, that we are able to correct them in the future and avoid them. So the open meeting law is complicated in as much as it is a small statute, but it has spanned a body of legal opinions and attorney general opinions. It's resulted in thousands of court cases. And so there's a lot of pitfalls in it. And I'm thankful that our city attorney's office also is very keen and adept at addressing those concerns and helping to keep us out of the troubled waters of open meeting law violations. So I thank them for their general assistance in these areas.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, with that being said, I'm going to ask you, City Manager Doug Thornley, do we have to take a motion on this? What else do you need from us?
Move to accept staff recommendations and the acknowledgement.
Okay, so then I'm going to take that as a motion from Councilman Reese.
Second. Weber.
And a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And I do appreciate it, because I want to make sure, I think, again, I just want to reiterate, we are getting a lot of public input on so many projects. I'm getting inundated too with the Steamboat Ditch Trail. I think that is something that we should actually maybe Mr. Manager, if you wouldn't mind, put on the next agenda so we could have
Oh.
discussion. And I really want to hear the public. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, just get the public's input, especially, like I said, we're getting, for some reason, maybe it's just the time of year, the projects coming before us. Maybe we could, I just really think it's critical to get the public's input so these projects get, due process, but also, I just, again, it's so important how we shape our community with their feedback. So that's all I'd say. So is that okay with you, Mr. City Manager, if we put the steamboat?
We will get the steamboat ditch issue on an agenda in advance of the time to comment on the steamboat ditch. I appreciate all your comments here today on this item. We're going to learn from it. We'll be better for it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Okay. That being said, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. Can I just get clarification on the vote? Councilmember Reese made the motion. Councilmember Weber seconded.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I appreciate
Motion
that. Thank you.
There you go.
We're on item F1, which is a text amendment TXT 21-00001 to be read by the city attorney.
All right, perfect. I'm going to send it over to the one and only Carl Hall.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6585, case number TXT 21-00001, residential construction tax. Ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, annexation and land development, Chapter 18.14, residential construction tax for parks, playground, and recreational facility improvements, to add definitions, modify procedures used with planned unit developments and dedication of park land, allow for alternative development options, and implement minimum financial security mechanisms to ensure construction of approved projects together with other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, fantastic. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
None was received.
Okay, thank you. All right, staff presentation. No?
I don't think we need one. I will move to adopt.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion to adopt.
Second by Weber.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries.
Item F2.
This is another ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6586, ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code, Title 12, Chapter 12.16, sewer service, Section 12.16.010, definitions to modify the definition of rooming house by removing the term dormitory in Section 12.16.130, industrial commercial discharger, by adding a category to the table as to the Nevada system of higher education dormitories, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Move to adopt.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Sending it right back at you, City
Thank you,
Attorney
Madam
Carl
Mayor.
Hall.
Item F3, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6587, case number TXT 21-00002, renovation zoning code update. Ordinance to repeal the existing Title 18 annexation land development code in its entirety and adopt a new Title 18 annexation land development code of the City of Reno, of the Reno Municipal Code, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Move to adopt.
Oh, Madam Mayor, it should be noted for the record that we received 3 public comments. Brian Thornton, Murphy Gardner, and Donna Keats have all submitted, and it has been distributed to council.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Dewar.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Now the time. Okay. I just wanted to get on the record, and it's a 780-page document, and I might have just missed this. Is Arlo available? Is he here? Can we move him in?
We're moving him over.
Okay. My question is that recently, well, for the last few years, there's been some lack of clarity about who can appeal what. And in speaking to Mr. Stockham, he said that the only thing we were changing was that we were eliminating certain kind of appeals, and some appeals would go straight to council from site plan review, I think it's called, or from a CP maybe. I'm losing my terminology. I'm so sorry. But anyway, some subset would come straight to council and some would go to a hearing officer. And my question is again, there's been some lack of clarity about who can appeal what. And I wanted to make sure that we didn't change that, like not the who can appeal what, just the how. Is that correct?
That is correct. For the record, Arlo Stockham, Assistant City Manager. The who can appeal, definitions of aggrieved, those matters are all unchanged. This topic is on the list of potential future amendments to work further on. So really the sum total of changes related to appeals is the streamlined process for those certain applications.
Okay. What I wanted to clarify, in the current zoning code, we actually have diagrams under each type of permit that talk about what the appeal process is. And I wanted to make sure, did we carry over those diagrams, or did we put the diagrams into words, or what did we do?
We updated those diagrams to, in our opinion, be a little more clear on that process. So the requirements are spelled out in text, and then there are also graphics depicting the process.
Okay, I did not delve into that much because of what you had said. You know, it was basically what you were changing. I focused on that, not what you weren't changing substantively. And the reason it comes up is that, and I just want to get an understanding from, I guess, our manager, maybe our attorneys, is my understanding on appeals is that pretty much whatever we do, whether it's the community development director, the building official, the planning commission, the council, even the manager, even our attorneys, decisions that are articulated and made a formal decision can be appealed through some process. And there may be some guardrails or bookends around that, and I don't really know, but that's my basic understanding, is if we take a formal agency action, it's appealable and presumably administratively first and then through the courts. And I just want to get an understanding, maybe Mr. Thornley first. And
well, in general, final action by the agency is appealable in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
But in particular, and again, I'll defer to the city attorney's office for a more in-depth answer, but in particular, when we're talking about Title 18, we're talking about an administrative appeals process that's rooted in NRS 278-3195, which gives considerable leeway to the body in terms of how it wants to define standing and the process. But at the end, yes, having gone through that process, an appellant who was not satisfied with the answer of the council, the governing body, would have the ability to pursue a petition for judicial review in district court.
Yeah, but let's say it's a building official or the community development director. I mean, those are at our staff level. Those are appealable up to council. I see.
In general, yes, that sort of decision would fall under that same framework. The building official is a little different because it's also governed by the building code. Mm-hmm. But again, it would have to be a final action.
Right.
And
okay.
so
I just wanted to.
Every decision is not appealable, but
okay,
final action is.
Okay, but to your knowledge, Mr. Stockham, you've left that alone. I mean, it's basically just been transposed into the new code.
That's
we haven't taken away anybody's rights that they perceive that they have in this process, right?
That is correct.
Okay. I thought it was good to get on the record because we have had quite a bit of discussion about it. So thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I was going to make comment if the motion got on the table, but since Ms. Stewart brought up this, you know, I'm going to support the adoption of this. And I think I said before, I had a lot of discomfort. It didn't get to certain places that I felt it needed to go. And she brings up the procedure, and I'm certainly unhappy with that in the context that a council member, if they feel there's been some wrong decision, particularly on a technical administrative nature, like, you know, setting up a new procedure to allow a development to hang around for a year with 4 quarterly updates. We cannot appeal ourselves without conflicting ourselves. And there was a fix on that and we didn't go there. I was saddened by that. Likewise, I think the question of standing will continue to be one that haunted me. But I wanted to say to some of the public that has reached out to me, I had a meeting during the break, even with a commenter on the sustainability provisions that the council decided to pull out, even though the planning commission recommended it. And we took a mini vote on that and I opposed that. I wanted them to come in. I didn't think they were 100% there, but they were certainly there in my view more than the code on its totality. But in light of those still being out, I am going to support the motion. And I'm also going to be asking Mr. Thornley when he's going to be bringing forward the priority of additional, the code work to continue that we kept hearing is in the parking lot. And also so that can be, and I would advance that happen rather soon so that some special purpose legislation code fix doesn't come up, from one party. I really think the body as a whole, with this much hanging out there, needs to agree and give direction on the priority. So I'll be looking for that very soon. Thank you.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, if I may follow up.
Yes, please.
I just, to that point, I think that actually should be one of the first things that we address. I think it should have been included, not the sustainability, because we did want to have a deeper dive on that. So I was okay. But the point of council appeal, so prior to me coming on council in 2014, routinely council members were allowed to bring something up to the attention of the council without conflicting themselves. Maybe it was a due process issue that they're worried about. Maybe they wanted further definition on a policy. But to bring something up, but then not be allowed to participate in the discussion, it really puts some chains on our ability to be council members. And so prior to literally me coming on for the previous decades, council members were routinely allowed to do that. And when I came on, suddenly there was a decision, and I don't think it was a decision of change in our code. I think it was an interpretation by our attorneys, to be frank, of where we could participate. And so we may just need to get a new interpretation. I don't think we're foreclosed via words and text. I think we're foreclosed via an interpretation. So I would like to get it addressed, because right now I feel constrained to have these important policy conversations with my colleagues. And often it's the instant case. Something happens and it reveals an issue or a problem, and that we want to, as a council body, remedy it potentially, or not, but at least deserves discussion. And if I was bringing it up, I might have a point of view, and I want to be able to register that point of view. So I think it maybe just Councilman Breckus is a interpretation issues that we need to revisit versus a code change. So thank you. But that said, I do want to say good work to the staff. I don't want to leave on kind of a what remains. I want to leave on a very positive note with my comments. Huge amount of work. People will be able to understand this code more easily. I want to remind people too, though, when we updated the master plan, we had to come back month after month with a couple oops. Oops, we didn't mean to do that. Oops, we had a zone out of place. We have to do a clarification. I am not going to be upset when that happens. I expect it. You can't tackle something this big, and it might be near perfect, but it's probably not perfect. And I'm open to hearing those things, Mr. Stockham. I'm ready for them. I mean, we probably need to address them if we find them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Doer. Okay, I am sorry, Madam Clerk, get us back on track. Where are we at?
Madam Mayor, we need a motion on item F3.
Okay, perfect.
I'll move that.
Councilwoman Breckus?
Second.
And a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, good job.
Great, we're on item G1, which is appointment to the Reno Housing Authority.
Okay, thank you. I am going to send it over. Or do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk? Sorry.
We do not have any public comment on this item, and I think City Manager Thornley would like to make a comment.
I'm going to send it to him to make the motion.
Well, I can't make the motion, but what I can do is I can recommend that you reappoint Mark Sullivan to the Reno Housing Authority.
Okay, so you make recommendation, we make the motion.
And then
That's
you
how
make
that
the
works?
motion. That's right, on this one.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a recommendation. My motion will be to appoint Mark Sullivan.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on.
Madam Mayor, item G12, appointment to the Building Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you.
This is Councilmember Doer's appointment.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none at this time.
Okay, Councilwoman Doer, sending it to you.
Thank you so much. So since our last meeting, I took the time to review all the applications, interview some of the people, was thinking about moving forward with one of the two appointments. We have 5. Our bylaws say that we need 5, but we can appoint additional, and we can even appoint some of our staff. But Councilwoman Weber brought to my attention that she believes that we don't have a full pool here, that there were maybe people that got dropped off from consideration. And so what I've decided to do, given all that, is just to hold this, make sure that we have the full pool. So I don't want to appoint people and then we find out we had these 2 people that were on, we're hoping to get appointed and we never got to consider them. So I'm just going to hold in light of her comments to me and trying to be respectful. I'm going to ask our clerk to review if any people dropped off in the last few months and maybe ask them to reapply so that we can have a full consideration. So I'm going to not continue this to a date certain, but I'll, in communication with our clerk, bring this back. Probably, I think she said she wants to have the appointments at the first meeting of each month. And so that would probably come back at the beginning of February. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, so just to clarify this statement, we do like to do our appointments at the first meeting of the month, so we would ask to continue this, I guess, to the February 10th meeting.
Yes,
okay, that's
we'll
fine.
Move that. Sound good?
That sounds
okay.
Fine.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're on item H1.
Okay, do you have any public comment on this item?
We do have public comment on this item. There was quite a bit of public comment. There was 116 comments submitted in concern. In addition to that, we do have voicemail public comments, which we will play at this time.
How many voicemails do you have?
Oh, I apologize. There's no voicemail public comments for this item.
Okay. See, and I would just say, again, this is one of those items that I'm getting a lot of public input. And so I get concerned when, we're not hearing those voicemails or, sort of a better process. And again, I think this one is really important to get all of the public comment on the record. So we've just got to figure out a much better way, because this is, I guess, ironically, having the open meeting law concern again, I would say this is one of those times, because you had 116.
That's correct. So 116 email correspondence were received in our office, and those have been submitted to the council for review, and they will be a part of the final public record.
All right, thank you. But this is where my concern comes in. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, is that you?
Thank you. Thank you. What I'd like to do is, it sounds like it's Mickey share my screen. So I'll try that. Okay, can people see that?
Yep, we're good to go.
Okay, good. All right, thank you so much, City Manager and my colleagues. This item is to discuss a potential zone change at the Lake Ridge property from community commercial to MF14. And I want to just say before I start that I've brought very few items in 6 years to City Council, maybe 3. And this is something I consider really important, and I know the gravity of the request. So I want to just spend just a few minutes talking to you about how I came to my recommendation, what the request specifically is, what it would entail, and what the result might be. We have a rule in the council rules, 3.11, that says if I'm requesting an initiation of an item, in this case a zone map amendment, that I would put you on notice, let you know that I've asked the manager to put that on, which I did. In our Reno Municipal Code, it allows for council as a whole to initiate a master plan amendment and also a zoning map amendment. So we have that authority. And I've listed the parcel numbers that are under consideration here. At this time, it's been almost a year and a half since the community commercial zoning was granted to the property we're speaking of, and I'll show you in a map in a minute. That was back in September 2019. And since that time, it went through an entire process, which ended about roughly 6 months ago. I've not been contacted by the developer, who's now Lion Living, regarding this project since they withdrew their application at our August 2020 council meeting, and nor has a new project proposal been submitted. Thus, I'm following through with the second half of a motion that I made to initiate rezoning of the site. Just for point of reference, we're talking about the former Lake Ridge Tennis Club located on McCarran. There's a picture in the upper right-hand corner of what it looked like, you know, what you can see with the trees and the parking, and then what it looks like today, which the site's been cleared. There was a original Lake Ridge zoning request that came to council to change the zoning on this property, or a portion of it, 9.3 acres of it, from a special plan development to community commercial. The applicant was moving forward with purchasing the property, and they made a presentation to us, and I show a link, but rather than play that, I'll just summarize. They had, you know, they laid out what they wanted to do in the project, which was very impressive to me. They wanted to retain and improve the existing club, have a restaurant, a fitness center, outdoor pool, 6 tennis courts, potentially enclose 2 of the remaining 6 courts, potentially enclose outdoor pool, redevelop the western portion of the site, and do a future residential development that could include a mix of apartments, condos, and senior living and/or senior living. Those were the goals that we discussed, and I was very impressed. The applicant went through all the different zoning categories that they could consider at that time, and they recommended community commercial. And the main difference between multifamily and why they might need a different kind of zoning was this restaurant. That's the one thing that isn't allowed in multifamily. I had recommended that they amend their SPD to do what they wanted to do, then we'd see the project. I had recommended that they come forward with a PUD, and then we'd see the project. But they were very insistent that what they wanted to do was come forward with community commercial. We did discuss this at council, and the discussion centered on this community commercial zoning. Why was it needed? Why not do the SPD, PUD? And during that discussion, everyone who spoke made it clear that we didn't want unfettered commercial uses in this corridor. It's a residential area. There are some professional offices here and there, but for the most part, it's single family or multifamily development. I wanted to be supportive of their proposal. I thought it was interesting, unique, and it would hit a lot of boxes. So I leaned in and gave it a chance, and so did the council. During that time, I recommended approval of the community commercial. I identified traffic, parking, and building height as issues for study by our staff and the Planning Commission. And I also said, as part of the motion, that we would rezone the project if it did not move forward in a timely manner as proposed. And there was a unanimous vote on that. And just to reference it, just so you can remember, let's see if we have voice here. Okay, let's see if this plays. I don't know if you can hear that. I'm not hearing anything right now. Well, anyway, this is me making the motion. Council member re-seconded it, and we did unanimously agree to it. So what came forward instead, though, was a very dense development.
Wait, Councilwoman, sorry, yes. Councilwoman Dewar, I could not hear any, I didn't hear any sound.
I didn't hear it either, so I just thought we'd move on. Rather, I've described the motion to you, so I can try again to go back and play it again, but I don't think it's going to play. I have my sound up, but
okay.
Anyway, I can try one other way, I suppose. Let's see if this works. No, it's okay.
Okay, I guess just go ahead. I'm sorry, yeah. I just couldn't hear what you were trying to convey.
Well, what I was trying to convey was the motion that I made, which I went over on the previous slide, which is that I did make a motion to approve the community commercial. I also asked as a separate part of the motion that our staff look at the key issues I identified. And I also said that I would bring back the project for consideration to rezone if they did not move forward in a timely manner with the project that they had proposed. So,
Okay.
Thank you. What came forward instead was a very dense development, 350 active senior apartments on 9.3 acres. They proposed 8 buildings, 4 stories each. Basically, it comes out to a zoning of about 38 units per acre. Our maximum multifamily zoning is MF 30, that's 30 units to the acre. There weren't community amenities that were included and no open space. And I want to say, what does that look like? Well, about a mile away is a development called Sundance West. This isn't 4-story, it's only 3-story, but it's the most dense zoning that we've ever had. It was MF 38 to 43. It was built, and after it was built, people began to realize that it was so dense that they did away with this kind of zoning, this kind of intense zoning. They said it belongs better in a downtown. And I'm not saying this is what their project would look like, although there are some elements to the design. And in fact, theirs would be taller than this at 4 stories. So what happened was the project was appealed. We received hundreds of letters opposed to the project that the staff received. And we also received, you just said 116 letters at this time. 9 individuals did appeal. That appeal was heard in June 2020. The hearing officer held for 2 of the appellant's 3 issues related to traffic and parking. And the application was withdrawn in August 2020, about 5 months ago. There are some change conditions, and this is probably the meat of what I have to say. The rest was really background. We've had continuing growth in this area. For example, right across the street from this on Plumas are 2 new developments on 15 acres, not 9, 2 separate parcels. So it's about 50% bigger. And they're proposing 40 townhomes on each of the properties. One is already entitled, one is coming forward for about 80 townhomes. It is much less dense than what would be on this site. Another change condition is that we just went through the Pine Haven fire, and it's between the continuing growth and the fire evacuation that we experienced, which was asserted by many that they waited at the intersection of Plumas and McCarran for up to 1 hour trying to evacuate down Ridgeview, where the fire had started up there. I began to realize that even in its current condition, there are real challenges with the site. So we have increasing growth, and then we have continuing road congestion at the current build out. Even during COVID, prior to Ranchera coming on board, prior to these new McCarran developments, prior to any other redevelopment that might want to intensify density. And further, I've just become aware of some new information, and that relates to traffic accident reports at these locations. I looked at what are the top accident sites, top 10. These are not those, but these are just below those. So the top accident sites have 8 to 9 accidents each year. This is 4 to 5 at each intersection just in this last year. I know that there also have been at least 1 death, possibly more. And so all of this is new information to me. And it's why I decided that it was time to bring this forward. As growth continues, fire becomes a continuing issue. We have continuing congestion. What I thought would be the best approach was to look at how are things zoned around this site? What is the zoning? And so this is a map of a mile from the site's in red. And you look at the zoning, and what you see is all of these properties in yellow are some kind of single family. All of these sites, single family, 4,000, 6,000, 9,000, and 15,000. You have some multifamily, which are these orange ones right here and right here and right here and out here. So the general area is residential, and you can see what it is zoned at. But people don't always build to what their zoning is. And so I prepared another map, and that map is this one. And that's what's actually there. So this is all built out. And in these areas, you actually see the yellows are 3 dwelling units per acre, 4 to 5, 6 to 7 right here to the right of the site, which is right here, and 10 to 12 right on Lake Ridge. So 10 to 12 dwelling units per acre, not 30, not 38, but 10 to 12. And you look over here, and these are all single family and so on. And so you can see this is the zoning. This was the PUD, the red and the pink, and this is where we sit today. And that is basically why I think it would be very behoove us to take a look at this zoning and look at what is today, community commercial, no limit on number of apartments, 65 feet in height, broad array of other uses, and what might be considered, which would be more compatible with the current development, 14 units per acre, about 130 units, 35 feet in height, multifamily or single family. The developer could do either. So today's request is to have request that the council support me in initiating a zone change request for MF 14 and have staff and the planning commission review that request, have it go to them, have them do the full analysis that they do, look at the findings. I've reviewed the findings. I think the findings are all appropriate for this type of zoning. Come back to us with their thoughts. It would have to come back to council. We would have to consider what the planning commission is saying and make a decision. I would look forward to plenty of dialogue with the developer as we move forward, because I think that's critical, and that's always been the way that I approach these developments, is to have a very open door policy on developing any site, never mind a site like this, which is smack dab in the middle of fairly modest density multifamily and single family. So in conclusion, I just want to share that we all ran for office to help build a better city with thoughtful planning decisions and to be a voice for people in those planning decisions. Council's core function is to ensure zoning is appropriate, compatible, it fits the area. We have a unilateral right to rezone. I do personally believe in leaning in and giving developers a chance to work with their vision, to do what they want to do. And that's what we all did. We all leaned in, we gave them a chance. They changed their mind, and that is fine. You're allowed to change your mind. You're allowed to propose something else. It's completely okay. But since they've taken their option off the table, that does involve a restaurant, which again was the only thing that seemed to speak to a commercial type of zoning, and nothing else has been submitted. I think I'm asking that we initiate the process to rezone this for better compatibility with our community and with the current zoning. I think it's the right thing to do for our community. And I have certainly heard not only 116 letters, I probably received some, I received so many, I couldn't even send them all to the clerk. I'll see if there's any that didn't make it to the clerk. But that is where, I stand today. And I'm just asking our council, it's not a decision to rezone today. It's a decision to allow our staff and the planning commission to evaluate the proposal and see what fits. And with that, I would like to open for questions. And I don't know that I'm the perfect one to answer all the questions.
Okay,
and,
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of things. Hold on, because I've been doing it for I don't know, 8 years now. I'm going to continue to do it. I want to put something on the record. Sorry, I meant to do it before, but you had already started, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to ruin your momentum there. So I just want to put this on the record for Madam Clerk. In interests of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Sprouse. I understand she has been retained by the applicant as a consultant on the project. On this matter, I've sought guidance from our city attorney. I do not have any commitments or financial ties or obligations to her. Please accept this disclosure for the record. Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Jardine, there is one thing that I do want to bring up that, and Councilwoman Dewar, maybe you can refresh my memory, or someone can. This was withdrawn. This project was withdrawn a few months ago, correct?
I believe it was August of 2020.
Okay.
Can I jump in, Madam Mayor? I just,
please,
in light of, our current guidance on the open meeting law, so this is just a request for a zone change.
Right.
And where we went a little sideways last time was talking about a specific project. And so I think we're getting a little far afield. So I think the question is council, do they want to consider assigning this project to staff and then bring it back? So if we could just kind of center in on that issue, I'd appreciate it.
And I'll just clarify too, I mean, I only discussed the previous project because that was our last project, and I thought the council needed a little background of, what.
And the only reason, and
get it.
Carl, you can steer me off of this if I'm wrong. The reason I asked this is I thought that they were going to come back in with a project. I have a letter that has been submitted that they are submitting a project. And so I guess that's my concern. And I think Councilwoman Dewar, she raised a lot of good points. I'm also concerned about the lack of public comment on this. And so I would ask for a pause, maybe to bring it back. And also, I wasn't aware that Councilwoman Dewar has not spoken to the applicant, which gives me some concern because I think that needs to take place. So before we move on, and not to mention, one of the things is, I think all of us appreciate clarity, but am I right that what was proposed had to come back significantly different? Am I right?
I think that's something for the attorneys or our manager to address.
Yeah, I think I can weigh in on that. I think that was, once the project was withdrawn, in order to bring it back within the 1 year period, it had to be significantly different. So.
Okay. And so one of the things that I like to have clarity on is sometimes we need to know all of the things that go into a project so we know exactly what we're dealing with. Because I think at this point, I don't even know what we're looking at.
Right,
when
but that's my point. We're talking about a project as opposed to a zone
Sure.
change. So I want to focus on the zone change and see if council wants to vote on that.
Yeah,
I guess.
And let me just add that I thought the right timing was now, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate where you're going, and whatever is the will of the body is, I will of course abide by. But I felt since when you say they haven't talked, I mean, the applicant has not told me they're planning until I got this letter last night. I didn't know they were planning to bring a project. I had to initiate this process a month ago. And so I did. And, I've been waiting for some conversation, and we have so many projects in front of us. I don't think I'm calling everybody in the world saying, what day are you submitting a project? So that's just, it's just been silence. So I thought this was a right time to initiate.
Well, and I do have concern again. There was a lot of public input that I received into my email, and I would ask for a pause to also, when we bring this back, to make sure that everyone's voice is heard. And I guess I get concerned, any kind of zoning, it doesn't matter what it is, can have implications. And I thought you raised some really good points, Councilwoman Dewar, but I would just ask, and I'm happy to bring it back to look at, your request at the next meeting, if you don't mind, but I would just ask that you have conversation with them, because I wasn't aware that you had not, or you have spoken to them, but I guess I was confused.
Well, I called them, just to be clear, I called them so I would personally let them know what I was proposing. This is not a surprise. I mentioned it at the last council meeting in December. I called them myself. That was not a requirement. I called 2 of the representatives and talked about it, just to let them know it's on the agenda and why, these change conditions and where we sit. And, I think I've done everything I need to do. But I'm open to the direction of the body. And I just want you to understand, I think to Mr. Hall's point, zoning comes first, then comes a project. So I felt, it was important to get the zoning right. I wanted to lean in last time because they had an interesting project that they described. And, if you had heard my motion, it also said, okay, there'll be a site plan, there'll be a special use permit, there'll be a tentative map, there'll be all of this process, but there wasn't all this process because they just went forward with a full multifamily. There was just a site plan review by staff. And so there was never another opportunity for the council to opine on it. We never
Okay.
had that opportunity, so.
All right, thank you. I think you make some very, very good points. Go ahead, Councilman Breakfast.
Yeah, you can't look at zoning on a project or this. You got to look at all the land uses that are allowed in that zoning district. And when this came forward, we had a lot of discussion about the property, the use that was there now, which is always a consideration when you zone properties, and those that are surrounding and compatible. These are the statutory zoning code frameworks for examining what's the appropriate zoning for a property. It was very unique that they wanted to give up their SPD custom zoning that they asked for. And so unusual circumstance there, but we had a lot of deliberation why community commercial was the right zoning district. And it was the right zoning district because of the conditions at that time. If they did not have and represent that, that should be a consideration to us, I don't think community commercial should have been the zoning district for that property. It can lend itself to very auto-oriented strip commercial development that I don't think under any analysis you would put on that land. The one I always use, and I don't mean to pick on them, but is a Maverick gas station coming in and out of that corner. And I don't think that any conversation that Ms. Stewart or anyone might have with the current property owners is going to be binding to what they say they're going to do. It really is our decision from a zoning map analysis, and the planning commission on what we think the range of uses are. And I don't believe community commercial is the appropriate zoning district for that property now that the non-residential component that it was there, that was the sales point for keeping it, for going to community commercial, is gone. So I don't support community commercial. I would like to see community commercial removed from that property. And I would support an initiation to do so because I think it's well within our abilities to set the zoning map how we see fit, and then allow people to exercise their property rights to that zoning. And that's what I was hoping we could move forward with today. And, anyway, that's how I see it. I'm not comfortable keeping this property community commercial. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess my question was, if they're submitting a project, it has to look significantly different, right?
I don't think that's really the discussion. It doesn't matter. I mean, they could flip that property tomorrow to Maverick gas station and they could come in. I think that the range of community commercial uses just is not appropriate on that property. She's proposing MF14, and I think that's more appropriate than the community commercial and the whole, and we just adopted an SPD zoning district for them to go back to, and if they wanted to. But I think they can.
But I also think, don't you like to look at projects in their entirety to see what those implications are? I mean, that's the one thing. I don't even know what we're looking at this point. And I can agree with you on those arguments as well. I'm just curious. The other thing, let me ask, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Do you have, is the applicant on or?
Oh, I don't think we can ask that.
Oh, I guess no.
That's the whole thing. And that's why, Madam Mayor, I've been trying to raise my hand. I am not comfortable in participating in this discussion. I think given a number of things we've heard recently, I'm not comfortable in talking about anything.
Again, that's my, yeah. And to
I'm
your
very nervous.
exactly
I'm not going to participate other than to continue this, to get it appropriately agendized with the thing. I'm not comfortable in this discussion at all.
So let me ask our manager, I mean, they went over the how to agendize this, which is about a zoning, and that's why they brought it to our attention that we should not be talking about a future project. We're just looking at zoning compatibility. And if, Madam Clerk, if you could go back to the map that shows the zoning, you'll understand. I want to see their project, but I also want it to be consistent, whether it's them or a future owner. with the compatible with the surrounding development, and given the change conditions since we made the original decision on community commercial, which I will say, perhaps we did talk about a project too much at that time. You know, we were presented with a project and a vision, and that became part of the zoning conversation. And the zoning was premised on that thought of developing that project. And we wanted to all lean in, support that project. I certainly did, and the council supported me unanimously in that. But I also wanted to be careful that if that project wasn't the one, and we couldn't decide on a project that day, we were doing zoning. If that project wasn't the one and that has been withdrawn, that we would then take a look at this. And that's why I made it very clearly part of my motion. I don't want to surprise anybody. We had a big discussion about how to do this, about what process to follow. And that's why I've done it this way. I've tried to follow the process all the way through. So,
okay.
Let me ask our manager too.
Councilman Dewar, hold on one second.
Sorry.
I don't remember I don't remember the process on this at all, where we've ever down zoned. I can't remember. We probably have done a couple, but I guess I would ask our city manager or city attorneys, how do we go about achieving our goal? And again, I think it's ironic we have the open meeting law on here, and now we're kind of faced with that again. And also to my point of transparency, but also I really want everyone's comments on the record. But I'm also feeling a little confused here. So I'm going to ask city manager and probably our city attorneys, how do we reach our goal here?
Well, I think we start by sort of defining what our goal is. Is our goal a rezone? Is our goal to understand sort of the global landscape, understanding that a project under the existing zoning, an application is imminent? I think we need to reach some consensus with the body in terms of what it is precisely we're trying to achieve. Thereafter, if a goal is the rezone, this is the process that we would follow. It's initiated by the council. It would then be worked up by staff, and it would go through the ordinary rezone process, which starts at Planning Commission. In this instance, master plan amendment is involved, and so it would be kicked off to regional planning. They'd split, they'd come back together, and the council would consider the MPA and the rezone at a future date. But in terms of sort of where we sit today, I am convinced that the process I've just outlined very quickly is legal, but that is not to say that it isn't without some risk. And I'd appreciate it if Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman would chime in with sort of where the pitfalls may be so that we can best chart a course forward.
Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
I think I have a bunch of things that I would say, and I'm not sure how to address them in a way that makes it most organized. The first thing that is curious to me, and I want to leave the open meeting law stuff alone, because I'm not sure I agreed with all of the analysis about what we can and cannot talk about on a particular agenda item. I think the goal of the open meeting law should never be to handcuff our ability to make good policy. And it's sort of like we're chasing something now. So I just want to leave that alone for me. But I am concerned about a couple of things. One is this property was SPD, which was like this 1970s strange use, and it was used for, as I recall from the staff report, which I reviewed, it was used mostly for timeshare sales. And now we've brought it back actually in the new zoning code update. And so it will have a new life or a different one. But we took this property from SPD to community commercial unanimously. And now somehow people are having second thoughts about that. Okay with that. But we also, in this very meeting, in the zoning code update, took it from community commercial to general commercial. Am I right or wrong about that, Mr. Stockham?
Last meeting, yeah, or this meeting, yeah.
In this meeting, so we have, it's gone from SPD to community commercial, from community commercial to general commercial in a very compact time frame. And that is odd to me. And I'm surprised that my colleague from Ward 1, who has a lifetime of planning experience, is not jumping up and down about the kind of the intricacies of planning policy. This does not appear to be good planning policy. Now, that's not to say that I don't agree with many of the things that Councilmember Dewar said in the presentation. I will note as an aside, that presentation was incredibly well done, and it lays out a lot of issues that we're going to have to be doing. I think that's perhaps one of the better presentations I have seen in council of recent. And I think there are things there about some future thing that may happen. And I'm surmising and guessing at what it may be based on some past iterations. But I think there are legitimate concerns about what will be built there. I just want to have that thing in front of us before we're making those determinations. And so I'm reluctant to move forward with the sort of specific and targeted requests that Councilmember Doer made, although I am willing to consider many of the things that she raises as part of her concern. So in my mind, I suppose for me, I'm not ready to go down the road of expending staff resources to go through a rezoning and examine it, because the staff just did that. In fact, they did that now twice, essentially, through the various zoning processes that we've gone through, which I've already identified. But what I am willing to do is recognize that something is going to be built here. What will be built here must come in front of us. It must come in front of the Planning Commission, as I understand it. And if I'm incorrect about any of that, someone's got to tell us that too. So
let me jump in and say that there are all manner of things that could be theoretically constructed or developed as of right in any zoning district. And that is, of course, the risk that Councilmember Breckus alluded to previously.
Right, that a gas station could be in there right now, tomorrow, without coming to us.
Yes. Now, that is not the same as saying that every potential project on the site could be developed that way. There are, of course, in every district, there are myriad examples of things that would need additional approvals conducted by either the Planning Commission or the Planning Commission and this body.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm going to close my comments and maybe direct my last piece of my comment to our city attorneys. Having received a letter late last night about this process that we're going through, and I am not a takings lawyer. And so in my capacity, I want to be the client. I want to also understand there seems to be a significant downside to not waiting until the project is here. What is the upside of making this happen before a project appears? I mean, why would I do one versus the other is what I'm saying.
I think there's a need for reliance and certainty of what zoning district someone who owns, buys, acquires, wants and needs.
So what you're motivated by in this case is the needs of this developer to have certainty about what they can bring to us. And you know that they're coming to us with a project, I think they said next week.
You know what? I did not see a letter that you're referring to. Maybe there was some communication that went to this body about this item, but I did not get any correspondence on this that I opened up yesterday. So I just that was a follow-up question. I'm sorry to interrupt because you mentioned that. But for me, I don't think that this property, with all the uses that could happen, and maybe that someone says are coming forward, should be developed under the community commercial zoning, all those uses, absent, what we saw when we zoned it community commercial. I think change conditions are always a consideration of rezoning, and there's a change condition there.
And Mr. Thornley, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm getting really confused. And I have no problem bringing this back to do a down zone, whatever that looks like. I guess my big fear is if we voted on this today, couldn't either side say, hey, that's an open meeting law violation? I don't see it any different than we made the mistake before.
Can you please address that? Because that is very important. Either you agendized it correctly and we are considering it correctly, or we're not.
In my view, it is agendized correctly and you are considering it correctly. Now that I think that the concerns in terms of, we received a tremendous amount of public comment and now we run into sort of the heightened requirements on clarity. I'll defer to the city attorney's office in terms of they're the folks who will have to clean up the mess. But in this instance, I think we're all right. It's just it's a matter of
I don't see it any different, because who's to say that one of those applicants, just like Miss Ray did, would file
Complaint.
something into, yeah, and so I don't see the
Right.
difference, it to be similar. And that's always been my concern with public comment.
So I
Could
think,
you address that? Because I haven't heard any public comments so far on any side of this issue, and I don't think we've run afoul of anything. So please advise
yes,
us.
in my view, we have not run afoul of anything. I think that the distinction is in, we don't have a specific project in front of us. The question in front of the body is, would you like to proceed down this road, or would you like to see sort of what's on the horizon? It is not, you know, here's context for the change in light of a specific project. I think a better analogy, if we're looking backwards on the agenda, would be to say, we need to rezone this, or we need to start the process of rezoning this so that we can do this specific thing. And here, what we're looking for is guidance on, would you like to proceed down this road today, or would you like to push pause, to steal the mayor's term, and see what the application under the existing zoning looks like when it comes in?
But also, I guess I'm uncomfortable with not having all of, I guess, the public comment, but also the comment from the applicant. Because if I put in the applicant right now to make comment, then that puts me that puts me in a problem.
Yeah, you're correct.
That's one that we should probably turn to the lawyers on and ask them about due process and
I can't,
whether or not
right.
the procedure afforded is sufficient
Yeah.
for the
I
property
can't
owner.
ask the applicant at this time, and
You cannot ask the applicant to join at this time. That is correct.
and
There is no applicant. You're saying that as
I'm the
a legal
applicant.
matter,
Oh.
Madam Mayor, if I may be recognized,
go ahead.
as a legal matter, this agenda item says something about some parcels, 042, 2211, and 0430, 03, and 04. If the parcel owner is here in the meeting, I would assume they have a right to speak as to whether or not they think this agenda item as written should be applied to them. Now, I don't want to hear about, we intend to build a 27-story water park or anything like that, but I assume that whoever the applicant's representative is watching and desires to speak about what we intend to do to this piece of property.
Which is theirs.
But if,
And in this instance, I'm sorry, Councilmember Brex, and in this instance, you're absolutely right. We should use the term property owner rather than applicant.
Right?
But inviting them in while curtailing other public comment is the exact problem that we just acknowledged. So we would need to re-agendize it in a fashion that would allow for that sort of participation by the property owner if you wish to proceed.
Well, no, in fact,
On
and
that.
Mr. Hall, correct us if I'm wrong, the Attorney General in that prior opinion said that that was not a violation. The violation was not related to who got to speak. I think in that case, it was the university's representative got to speak and a non-university representative did not. And the open meeting law Attorney General opinion said we did not violate that part. Where we violated was on mixing the text amendment with the discussion about a specific project in it. So it's not who got to speak. That was not a violation.
may I be introduced?
I could.
So we're legislating here, just like, we're making an ordinance, or kicking off the process of making an ordinance. I've heard from the, decision here, whether or not we want to kick off the process of an ordinance, a zoning map ordinance, a lot of people who think it's a good idea. I personally don't think the existing zoning is the best for the property. Okay, said that. The applicant, the property owner, had a chance to provide comment on this item. Did Mr. Reese, did you receive comment from him? Because I don't believe I did.
We received a letter at some point in time last night. I
Yes.
can't remember who forwarded it to me, if it was the manager's office or otherwise. I don't remember, but it came to all of us in our email.
Okay. So presumably, and sometimes things get missed, we've heard from the property owner at this juncture. I don't, that's
The
fine.
property owner's representative sent us a letter.
for me, when it comes up to us back again from the planning commission, recommending, do this zoning change or not, then I will look for the body of public, input and comment at that time. And I would presume we would also hear at that time from the property owner again. So I don't see this not being ripe. I think it is very ripe. I think we should move to a vote and provide certainty all around of, do we want to initiate this at this time or not? And if we don't, then, let the votes go where they go. The majority body then feels that the community commercial is the appropriate zoning district. That's how I see it.
And I will just weigh in here too. I mean, I'm listening to everyone. I've said very little because I wanted to get the balance of all the input. I brought it forward because I think it's important to do. I think community commercial is the wrong zoning for this location based on the change conditions. That said, to the mayor's point, I'm extremely happy to continue dialogue with the applicant, but they, and communicate to them why community commercial is not the right zoning. What about community commercial doesn't work here? Building height, density, parking, those kind of things, why we need a different zoning category. I've selected one. I don't know that the staff or the planning commission would support it, just like, for example, Councilmember Jardin initiated a zoning request on signs, near Midtown, and it went through a multi-year process. We tend to give our colleagues room to explore a topic and make some determinations, get the benefit of our staff. That's basically what I'm asking for here, is to allow the staff.
I don't think that's a problem at all. I guess I said I understand, and I don't think that's the problem for me anyway. I guess I'm much more concerned sort of about not, again, having the public comments on the record for one, and the landowner, I guess, to weigh in. And I feel like, is there some way to maybe continue this, Mr. Thornley, to somehow agendize where I'm comfortable doing this? Because I don't see the difference from where we were last time. So it's making me skeptical of how we go down the process. Is there some way to do that? And then I would just say, in the meantime, which Councilwoman Dura is excellent at, meeting with the landowner based on the letter.
Right.
I think that's also helpful. So putting together some pieces here and maybe continue it to the next.
If we did have a continuance, I would just ask this. I think that it was agenda completely appropriately. I mean, the staff spent a fair amount of time looking at that. What's different is that we don't have the ability to allow people in to converse with us. If we allow one in, we need to allow all in. And I think that's the thing that has to change. It's not the agenda title. It's not the issue. It's not asking for 2 hours of time, plus 2 hours of time. It's just, to your point, Madam Mayor, allowing more public participation in this, including the property owner and including neighboring property owners that live right around there. All of the property owners, everyone that, is interested in this. So I'm completely comfortable with that. I mean, I've done my duty. I said I would do this. I have brought it forward. I've done the best. Thank you, Councilmember Reese, about your compliments, about the presentation. I've tried to articulate what's at work here. I think the maps are really instructive when you see one parcel that's red and everything else is orange, or excuse me, yellow. You understand it's an outlier. And what can we do to remedy that? And so that we have compatible development in this corridor, which is already very challenged, undergoing additional development constraint issues. We've experienced the fire. We've experienced traffic accidents. We've experienced a lot of things. Something has to change.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. But I think we both have always been on the same mindset of really getting all of
the comments on the record. And so
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. I just wanted to say, I don't think it's the agenda title. I think it's the process.
To me, it just doesn't feel any different from where we ended up in trouble last time. So that was just my thought, to feel comfortable. Otherwise, I just would rather it comes back in a different capacity. Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I know Jonathan Shipman's been kind of
sorry, Jonathan,
to chime in. And maybe this is more, I'm not going to talk about any specifics. I'm still completely uncomfortable and comes back at a future date. To our city manager, maybe for our strategic planning session, I have questions about how this council initiated item made it so quickly on an agenda when there have been other, and Councilwoman Breckus often brings up the short-term rentals, how that's been out there for such a long time and hasn't made it on an agenda. So that's a discussion for another day, because I have lots of questions as to how that happened so quickly in light of so many urgent things. I'm not suggesting this isn't an urgent thing. We have many, many urgent things, and I don't understand how this made it so quickly as a council requested item and kind of leapfrogged many, many others, in my opinion. And maybe I'm wrong, but maybe that's a strategic planning discussion that we can talk about offline. So.
Councilwoman Jordan, I think you make a good point. I just want to talk about, I want to make sure I do address what you just said about speed. What we just did today was adopt a new planning code. And in that planning code, we consolidated a bunch of planning districts. And we made where we used to have neighborhood commercial, which had one set of zoning, community commercial, general commercial. We went to one category, general commercial, and it allows even more than what we envisioned when we approved commercial, right? At least what I understood. Building heights, types of uses, those kind of things. It rolled up. And so I think it's very timely in terms of what we just did. We went through and we changed zoning categories. And now, and I want to give the applicant, awareness and timing to do something, to move forward. And lastly, this was a long process. It's going to take at least 4 to 6 months. I said, come back. I mean, the conversation was about 18 months when I made that motion, but this is going to take a few months. And by the time we're done, it will be 2 years. And so that's, it's going to take a while, and I don't want to keep the applicant hanging. So that's why.
Okay, I'm going to,
sorry. Things. It doesn't mean we leapfrog other things.
Go ahead, Jonathan Shipman, go ahead, please. I'm sorry. And council members have had their allotted time to speak. So Jonathan, the floor is yours, please.
Appreciate that, Your Honor. Let me just offer this as maybe a path to move forward. If the body could decide if this is time sensitive, if it is, then you please articulate why you feel it's time sensitive. If you don't believe it's time sensitive, that it needs to be done today, I think the city attorney's office would recommend that you continue this item to your next council meeting. All right. So just because there has been, some of the discussion has gotten, the lines are a little bit blurry. We have a property owner that potentially really enthused with this particular action. So if we could do that, again, if it is something that this body believes needs to be done today, then vote on it. But if it's something that is not time sensitive, the recommendation would be to push it one more.
Okay, how about if we just continue it to the next council meeting?
And then we can also, as part of that, Madam Mayor, we will come back with some additional language that'll give
that would be helpful
attitude for you to discuss broader.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, Councilwoman Dewar, give me a motion.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, go ahead, Councilwoman.
If you wouldn't mind, I would love to at least just make some comments. And I know I support moving on as a continuance, but I have a problem with this process, and I know that I appreciate being able to have a conversation and strategic planning or whatever, but I'm concerned because why would we even think about doing something like this right now without talking to the property owner and at least having some conversation with them, because it's, Councilwoman Dewar, I appreciate the presentation as well. It was great. But it just concerns me that if we do something that a property owner, it's subjective. It's the date that you just decided that it was like, now's the time without even, so I just.
Weber?
Yes.
Yeah, not to cut you off, but I think that's what this allows us to do, to continue it, that she can meet with the landowner.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to put it on the record because I've had a concern since I saw the letter. And I think it's important that we do say that, I just am concerned. And I like what we're doing. We're going to go to continuance, but it seems highly unfair to anyone that we would be even having this conversation without them being involved. So the process is probably part of the problem.
Okay, all right. We're going to move on.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. So I had a motion and a second from Councilwoman Breckus. All those in favor say aye.
Could I have a point of discussion?
Sure,
First of
go
all,
ahead.
This letter that I'd like this inserted to the record if it isn't already, because I don't have it, I don't see it. So that's.
I don't know, is that Jonathan?
You're on mute.
Yeah, my understanding is the record would include that letter. I think it was addressed to one, so I think that just needs to be uploaded.
Yeah, okay, I'd like to see that. I'd also like, Madam Mayor, I'd also like to see what the master plan land use designation for this property is, and the conforming zoning districts to that master plan designation. And so I'm asking staff for that detail. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
I would put additional items into the record, such as the previous minutes and the PowerPoint or whatever I can do to help the record as well.
Sorry about that. Yep, we can include additional information.
I just want to thank, before we vote, I just want to thank my colleagues because you've given me time to discuss an issue that I feel strongly about. If I didn't feel strongly about it, I would not have brought it. I tend to bend over backwards to work with applicants, and I did in the first case here. And I would again, and I plan to continue. So I just, I think it's something we have to address, and we want good zoning all the way around, whether it's in North Valleys, whether it's in the center of town, whether it's in South, wherever it is, we want compatible. And to Councilwoman Weber's conversation earlier today, where she said there's inappropriate industrial and those kind of issues, not compatible. That's the kind of issue that we're facing here. Just this time, it's not called industrial, it's called commercial. So, we'll get there. We will figure this out. I'm very confident. And a good project will end up on this site. I'm confident of that too. So.
All right, good comments, Councilwoman Dewar. Okay. Angela, did you need to just clarify some zoning for Councilwoman Breckus?
Yeah, I apologize, Councilwoman Breckus. Can you repeat your question? Did you have a question on master plan categories?
To my understanding, every master plan land use designation has zoning districts with which it conforms.
Correct.
And because we've changed things around now, I'd like to know for next meeting, not right now, what is the master plan land use designation for this subject site, and what are the conforming zoning districts for it?
You bet, we can add that.
Thank you.
And I would just like to add, let's make sure that we agendize it to the capacity that we can speak in all forms and have both sides at the table and their comments on the record, because this is so similar to the open meeting law violation that we received it feels similar, it looks similar. And so that would be fantastic. So Jonathan, I'm gonna count on you to keep us on the straight and narrow. So I appreciate it. Thanks. Okay, good job. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Thanks so much. Good job, everyone.
Thank
Moving
you
on.
again, everyone. I know we're in uncharted territory to some extent, at least this group of us, you know, haven't gone down this path. So I look forward to working with you on this.
Hello.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to item H2, updates from boards and commissions from council.
Okay. Anyone have any updates on their boards and commissions? Councilman Weber, did you want to chime
I
in?
have a quick one. I'm so excited to share that I think it's Brad and the group are having a night at the movies, and it's this Friday and Saturday at Dorothy McAlinden Park in the North Valleys. It's like really exciting that we have this event, and they have invitations out, and we get to have the 50 cars each night, Friday and Saturday. And the movie is, or the movies are Jumanji 1 and 2.
Okay, good. All right. And anything else from any other?
So exciting.
Anything else from any other council members? No. Okay. That
right.
being said, back at you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to closing public comment. It should be noted public comment received in this section are for items generalized and not on this agenda, or items that were received after 4 p.m. yesterday, as that is our cutoff in order to ensure that we can get the information to council for review. Should be noted that we have submitted all of these to council throughout the day periodically. They will be included in the record. We received 29 letters of various concerns, 38 in opposition of various items, and 4 letters of concern. Most of these were previously for item C2. However, as I mentioned, they were received after the 4 p.m. cutoff. Additionally, we do have voicemail, which we will play now.
Hello, I'm a resident of
And I'll just ask if council can give me a thumbs up when they hear the audio. That would be helpful.
Hello, I'm a resident of Lemon Valley. I have a note here from the City of Reno City Clerk. I will be unable to attend at your downtown meeting. My question is, this is for the residents of this area. Could you please reschedule it for the community center next to the Lemon Valley Elementary School? It would be more convenient for the senior citizens. Thank you.
I'm calling to voice my opinion on the Prado Ranch development. I think it should be halted. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erin Massengale. I am a mom and a business owner, and I'm here to request a public hearing due to the response of the COVID-19 virus for the past 9 months. I'm here to demand that we declare an economic emergency and end the public health emergency. I'm concerned regarding the total lack of public input or legislative input during this time. People's businesses are closed, children are suffering, and our Constitution is being suspended, and enforcement has been harsh. The governor has held 2 special sessions without addressing the management of the situation in collaboration with the city. The unemployment is the second highest in the country. Suicides are at the highest in the country. Homicides are up 400%. You're depriving the city of tax revenue, and the governor has already stated there's no more funding. So we need to open up. I mean, people are unemployed. Businesses are closing. When these businesses close, there's nowhere for these business owners to get jobs. The PCR test is flawed. The cycle rate is too high at 42%. Even Fauci says that's too high. The WHO has said that the lockdowns have done more harm than good, and the UN has estimated that 130 million additional people will starve this year as a result to the economic damage resulting in the lockdowns. So I ask that you open up our city and declare an economic emergency.
Okay, any other public comment, Madam Clerk?
Hi, my name is Lori Marin. I'm in Ward 1, and I wanted to ask why the City Council does not have a traditional land acknowledgement at the beginning of all their meetings. We should state that we are on the unceded land of the Numu and Washishu people. I guess this public comment is for as soon as you can put it into the record. I did make a public comment on the form, on the online form, and it was not read. I was expecting the public comments to be read in the meeting. I recognize that they are on the record and that they were sent to the council people, but I would like this to be heard in the transcript, in the video recording of the meeting, so I'm leaving a voicemail now. I hope that it will be included in the general comment perhaps today. This is January 13th at the end of the meeting, or in the next meeting on February 10th. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Linda Cross, and I just got this number because I found out that you have not received my email of June 5th. As you may recall from my previous correspondences and statements, back in 2019, the developer was able to convince City Council to change the zoning for the property to commercial zoning. The developer told Council that commercial zoning was necessary in order to keep part of the former club's facilities, including a pool and tennis courts, while allowing apartments to be built on the remaining portion of the property. However, not long after commercial zoning was granted, the developer changed his plans and demolished the entire club in order to build nothing but an apartment complex with 8 four-story buildings. I feel it would have been very doubtful that City Council would have granted developer commercial zoning and a height waiver to allow for such high-density housing for this neighborhood if they had originally approached Council with these plans. I believe and request the council adopt a code that anytime you are having infill submissions that a PUD be required. Anyhow, now here we are in 2021, and I must urge both City Council and the City Council to change the zoning of that property to permit fewer apartments to be built and match the density of the adjacent neighborhoods. Currently, the highest density of apartments in the neighborhood is Lake Ridge Living, with its 10 to 12 apartments to the acre. I and many others believe an appropriate zoning designation would be MF14, the lowest density multifamily zoning classification, which would permit up to 14 apartments for each acre of property. This would still allow the developer to build up to 130 apartments on the acreage. By changing the zoning to MF14, fewer apartments could be built, and the problems caused by the inevitable increase in traffic and street parking would also be reduced. I also believe the zoning prior to Reno Land getting the commercial zoning change was MF14. I know it was not any kind of a commercial zoning and was more appropriate to the area. Additionally, I believe City Council should restrict the building height to 2-story buildings as it was previously before the waiver was requested, and that in order to match the character and height of the 1- and 2-story residences in the neighborhood. Currently, no 3- or 4-story apartment buildings are located within a mile. I would like to remind you and hope you will bring it into your discussions that when Paganetti and his developers tried to put 3 5-story buildings on Plumas about 14 to 15 years ago, all information our Save Lake Ridge Committee and attorneys submitted provided information to prove that traffic was an issue. And there is so much more now. And it did not meet with the master plan and the character and iconic nature and basis of this wonderful neighborhood. So how could a time when traffic is already at saturation?
Hi, Ashley, Tammy, Jay. Final public comment. Tammy Holtz Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. I don't believe having to pre-record or record by video my comments and not being able to submit them correctly is fair and just. These meetings should be open and could be if you did the following. look for another place like Lawler Event Center where you can hold the right amount of people or some of the amount of people for this kind of proceedings. Just like staff stating for the record that they were having closed-door meetings with Prado representatives to fix their PUD hydrology to get it approved. That is not transparent. The city of Reno's biggest little city has lost its meaning. It now means grow without care of neighbors and sustainability and infrastructure. It's all about greed, picking and choosing when to follow or not follow policy and procedures. 2017, Lemon Valley flooded. 2021, and residents are still living in RVs because the city refuses to help them and admit that they messed up and to fix it. It's sick that you have been here since, I have been here since 2017 pleading with you to take action. 2020, oh, you pumped nasty effluent to make hay, but destroyed another neighbor's sustainability in the process by getting algae in his well. What does it take, Mayor Sheevy and Council? You lost the lawsuit and you still are turning your back, choosing to close your eyes, cover your ears, cover your mouth, and not take real action. Because this is pre-recorded, it is my belief that Councilwoman Weber will vote to approve Prado. I figured she would. If she didn't, I apologize, and I am surprised, and thank you. But again, Prado is North Valley's investment. North Valley's investments is George Peak, and Councilwoman Weber stated in front of me to another resident that she was close friends with Mr. Peak. It is now 2021. It's time for the city of Reno to reinvent itself by fixing its past mistakes, taking care of the residents it affected and has made them suffer all these years. It's time for you to start following your own policies and procedures and become a true, it's time for you to become a true, honest, biggest little city where you have a big heart, you're a little city, and you do great things. Right now, you have not. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, you have no further general public comment and you would be looking for a motion to adjourn. Madam Mayor, with that, you have no further public comment and you would be looking for a motion to adjourn.
Okay, hold on one minute before we do that. I just wanted to ask Mr. Thornley. I brought up bringing back the steamboat ditch trail. Is that something that would come to us regardless? Because when I read through it, it didn't even look like it was something, it was going to be anything that our body would see. So I want the public to know that, because I don't want them to have this misperception that the decision and process and project it lies with us.
No, it's not something that would ordinarily come in front of you. We do have an opportunity as an organization to sort of determine how large of a role we'd like to play in it, whether as a cooperating agency or merely by providing comment. It is my understanding in talking with our staff that it was originally billed as a smaller project and has grown into sort of a large grant opportunity. And so it is something that we will have in front of the council before the close of the comment period, which I believe is February 15th. And we'll make sure that the voice of the body is heard.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that, because I think a lot of people assume that this was a project that the city of Reno has put in place.
Madam Mayor, if I may, though, when it comes back, even if it's just for information only to tell us about it, I would just note that Councilmember Dewar is a highly esteemed expert in this area and gave me a very thoughtful overview. And I would just encourage her to maybe share the same with our body and with the help of Mr. Flansburgh or his team. When I heard it from Councilmember Dewar, I understood it. Sometimes I don't always understand it when the folks who have different backgrounds than I have. So Thanks to Councilmember Dewar for giving me a great deal of information about it, and which I think would benefit the body.
Well, she's our water expert, so I've been forwarding that email to a lot of people, but I still think the public thinks that it's a project coming on behalf of the city of Reno. So just to clarify that, I don't want anyone to think otherwise. Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Good job today. And
Adjourn.
I'll see you tomorrow. Motion, and who gives me a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Breckus, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries. All right. Good job, everyone. Bye-bye.